Maines. I'm sorry, not Rebecca Maine. Rebecca Steinman. Rebecca Steinman. Ladies and gentlemen, Rebecca Steinman took her Category 1 test and she passed. She is now a new USA Category 1 international referee. She's getting her credentials, her badge from Mr. Jack Marcus, her scarf and her credentials, her badge from Category 1 international referee Jack Marcus. Give these two a round of applause. Congratulations, Rebecca. South Brooklyn Weightlifting Club, Brooklyn, New York. All right, referees, take your positions. We're running late. Referees, take your positions, running late. Hey, Colin, how about If You Want Blood? Can you start it off with If You Want Blood, Colin? It's the first song on my list.
Hello and welcome everyone back to the USAPL Masters of Iron Pro Session 2 here at the Arnold Sports Festival. My name is Leo Bonet and Dara, national referee in the USAPL. I'm actually joined here by my new co-host, Rachel Krass out of Colorado, also national referee. Rachel, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Super
stoked
to have you step in here. Let's get started on things. We're starting out hot. Amy Mason, actually, I believe. Squat, first attempt. Looks like platform. Oh no, that's platform. Yeah, platform 1. Amy Mason.
All right, Amy Mason, 127.5 kilos, 281-pound opener. Oof. All of the athletes in this session are masters lifters, so over 40.
Let's see here. We're still moving things along. Looks like Lee Rogers on platform 2, squat, first attempt, 140 keys.
It's a good lift for Amy. Lynette Bogdan is
waiting on Lee Rogers on
now.
platform 2. Lee Rogers. Still waiting on the call on Lee Rogers. Sorry for any delay here, folks. Just getting things started back up. Apologies on the delay.
Bar is being loaded for Lynette, 292 pounds.
And that was a good lift for Lee Rogers. 140 keys for him on platform 2. Moving on to Newton Cheng. Platform 2. 175 keys for Newton. Squat opener.
Looks like a good lift for Lynette. We'll see what the referees say.
Lynette with a smoke show. Both of these athletes with the Inzer sleeves.
If you are new to powerlifting, the biggest infraction you'll see for a missed lift is not hitting depth. We're looking for the hip crease to descend below the top of the kneecap. So if you're watching a lift and you say, well, it looks good to me, why was that a no lift, or why did they get red lights? Probably depth.
Yeah, interesting you mentioned that, Rachel, because we actually saw that on Newton's squat opener just now. Looked like the right side referee, meaning that right light was actually thrown as a red on depth. it was given a red card infraction. So looks like at least on that side, the referee saw potentially something not hitting depth.
All right, up on platform 1 will be Stephanie, followed by Trish, Jennifer, and Amy.
Sean Quiller on platform 2. Squat opener, 182.5 keys. Got a very low bar position for Sean. Dive bomb position.
Sean actually just got back from Orlando. He did the athlete camp in Orlando 2 weeks ago.
Very cool, Sean. Good lift for Sean. Good opener.
The bar is being loaded. It looks like 135 kilos, almost 300 pounds for Stephanie's opener. So the lifters in this session will be divided by flights. I think there are 2 flights. So you'll have a kind of a first group to do all of their squats and then a second group to do all of their squats.
2 flights, two platforms.
Yep.
Yeah, 2 flights, 2 platforms. And speaking of that, platform 2, we got Benjamin Rowe setting up 235 keys squat opener for Benjamin. Big squat to open the day. We're in store for some big lifts here, Rachel. Really excited about this. With the old school Reebok power shoes. Love to see it. Ben Rowe. A little bit of a slow opener there.
Looks like on platform 1, just making sure those collars are super tight. You don't want the weights to slide while you're squatting.
Definitely not.
This is
Definitely
Trish Foote, 297 pounds. Looks like it's over. Yeah, this is over double body weight for Trish.
Big time to open up there for Trish. Aggressive out of the rack there for Trish. And pardon me if I don't correctly pronounce this. Char Gahagan, squat opener, 245 keys on platform 2.
It was a good lift for Jennifer.
Char, wow, put some weight on that bar there, Char.
While both platforms are being loaded, what other rules for first-time kind of viewers? I think the commands, those are...
Yeah, and again, this is for anyone who's watching that's never been to a powerlifting meet, like possibly if you're watching any friends or family competing. Yeah, the commands, they all vary from each lift. For the squat, you're waiting for the squat and rack command. So typically you won't get that command until until all the judges deem you ready to lift. So then you'll get the squat command, and then you'll get the rack command following that. Wow, what a move there. That was Matthew Swanson, if I'm not mistaken.
We have Jennifer Sauter. Now we are over 300 pounds. And well over double body weight for these ladies now.
And apologies if we get any of these names wrong. We're just at the mercy of Lifting Cast and kind of like the technology we have here. If things are slightly delayed. Any apologies on that.
Looks like a good lift. Bar will be loaded for Jennifer Hutchison on platform 1. So if you've ever been to a gym and someone's asked you to spot them before and you've said no because you didn't know how to spot someone, take a good look at how these guys and gals are spotting today.
Masterclass.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely, Rachel. Yeah, and you see it here. Like we really, if anybody was watching the earlier sessions, we saw some really great spotting out here, because we can only go so far as our spotters can take us. So it's really awesome to see them out here. Let's see here. Aitor La Peña Gutierrez, squat first attempt, 297.5 keys. That's a massive squat to open up. Smoke show there, 3 white lights for him.
These lifters are also taking, most of them, almost all of them, a low bar squat. Might be a little different than you see in the gym. It just sits a little bit down further on the shoulders.
A little bit more of a hip hinge style squat, isn't that right, Rachel?
Yep, that was a good lift for Amy. Bar, oh, well now we're going, I lied. We do have a few more lifters. Bar will be loaded for Joa on platform.
Here comes
1.
Rob Ward, big Rob Ward, 302.5 kilos. The number of the beast, as our boy Gino likes to say, 666.
And we are quite early in this competition to get to a 666 squat.
It's and it just goes to show you, Rachel, how amazing these lifters are. Rob Ward smoking 302.5 kilos. I love it. I love when we get 666 and Gino's around. And this is Joa Inoda.
It's a very, very fast squat.
Very
She'd be a good Olympic lifter with that depth.
Oh, yeah. Joa Inoda there. Smoke show.
All right, and we'll have Francesca Bill up on platform 1 with the same weight. So you'll notice these spotters adjusting their rack heights. It allows people of all different heights to be able to lift together. A little bit more high-tech than your average gym squat cage.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rachel, typically at a powerlifting gym, you'll have access to say something like an ER rack or a Texas rack, Ghost rack, things like that, Rogue rack. And all those are meant specifically for the power lifts.
It also has those super small spacing, so if you want the bar just half-inch higher or 1 inch higher, you can
do that. Lee Rogers, squat second attempt, 150 kilos, 330 pounds for Lee on platform 2.
And we're still at 314 on platform 1. This is Francesca Bill. Very patriotic in her red, white, and blue.
I love it. I love it. Shout out SBD.
Yep, so you'll hear those squat and rack commands. It's just to make sure that the lifter
Good lift
has
for Lee Rogers.
control of the bar before walking it in. What other rules? Let's see, they are not allowed to wiggle their feet
No.
after they get the start command.
That's right. No shifting of the feet after you get the start command.
Bars being loaded, 145 for Leah Lutz.
And Newton Chang on platform 2. Squat second attempt, 185 kilos for Newton. Thumbless grip here for Newton in the inser sleeves.
And Leah has a
Smoke
pretty
show.
inspirational story of her powerlifting journey.
Oh, let's hear it.
I believe, wouldn't she lose like over 100 pounds through
That's
powerlifting?
unbelievable. Team barbell medicine there, Leah Lutz. Newton Chang. Lift is good for him as well.
And this is our final lifter on platform 1 in this flight C, I guess it is on lifting cast, for Becky Enright.
Well, taking a look at everything so far, Rachel, it's raining white lights out here. I don't see any missed attempts on either platform so far. Don't say it. Don't say it, Leo. You're going to ruin things. So here we go, Sean Queller. Squat second attempt, 190 kilos for Sean. I believe that is the strength guys that he's working with, according to his meat T-shirt.
And you'll notice on platform 1, they pulled those squat racks, those stands
that.
in. When a lifter wants to put their hands where the stands are, they can scoot them in. So your hands can still grip the bar wherever you want them
It's
to.
a good lift by Sean Queller. Definitely a great squat, great depth. Zero doubts there.
Oh, it looks like Becky actually moved those stands in so she doesn't hit the bar with the, or hit the rack with the weights as she does her walkout.
Yeah. And you see these little nuances at meets and stuff if you take a look.
Yeah, and I think, so she must not have felt comfortable. If she didn't get the squat command, you are allowed to re-rack it and get set up.
Right.
As long as that minute hasn't expired.
Right. You're always at the mercy of how much time you have. You have a minute as soon as the call bar is loaded. Benjamin Rowe, platform 2, squat second attempt, 242.5 keys.
All right, it looks like that little reset was pretty smart for Becky. It looked good from our view, and the referees agreed.
Oh yeah, Ben Rowe. Yes, sir. A bit of a grinder here for a second.
Yeah, if you've ever done a heavy squat in the gym and you're like, oh man, that was heavy, and you watch the video and it looked pretty quick, And then you
no
watch a
lift for
squat
Ben.
that's really slow, that it looks slow, you know it feels like an eternity for those lifters.
Oh yeah, there's a difference. It's funny how when you go back and look at either a friend or your coach's video, and it's like, wow, that actually moved faster than it felt because it felt like it took 20 minutes.
Yeah, and then if you watch a lift that's actually slow, you go, oh man.
I can only imagine how that must feel. Oh man. All right, so here we go. Moving on to our next lifters here. Char Gahagan, again, second attempt on platform 2, 260 kilos.
So powerlifting is in a round system. So they'll split the groups up into, 8 to 14 people. So no one has to rest too long. Everyone will do their first, then their second, then their third, and then they will rest, and the second group will do all of their
Char
squats.
having a strong start to the day. Second attempt. 3 white lights for Char.
It's a tough lift for Amy, but it looked successful. Referees say. It's a good lift.
New American record for Amy Mason. Or no, sorry. Are we looking at
That was Amy.
or is potentially are we looking for Matthew
Yeah,
Swanson?
Matthew Swanson. This is 261 kilos.
Oh, this is the American
this will
record.
be the
Pardon me.
American
Yeah. Matthew Swanson.
That looked like a warm-up. So all of our lifts today will be in 2.5 kilo
Lift is
increments.
good.
Except in the rare case that it's an American record, we call it chipping if you take a smaller jump that's only half kilo or 1 kilo.
Yeah, because typically, Rachel, you would only go 2.5 kilos, correct?
Correct.
Trish Footit. And we're getting ready on platform 2 for A-Tour. And again, apologies if pronunciation is wrong.
Probably the deepest squat of the session we'll see.
Probably.
Very good for Trish.
Olympic lifters would be proud. Someone like yourself, Rach, Olympic lifters would be proud.
I do have a soft spot for those lifters, though it may not be the most efficient for powerlifting to go all the way down.
Definitely not. Definitely not. You're right. It actually would benefit you to cut it a little bit. But here comes A-Tour with a massive squat, 315 kilos, second attempt, almost a 700-pound squat here, folks. Smoke show.
Bar is bending.
Oh, the bar is bending. We are definitely going to see something closer to, would it be crazy to say 325 to maybe even 330 kilos here? We'll see.
All right, platform 1, we have Lynette, bars loaded, 142.5 kilos. Back to that 315. We're just cheated a little bit. It's not quite 315. It's 314.16 with these
That's
calibrated plates.
You can't say that you hit 3 plates if you bench
See,
142.5.
But these are probably calibrated more
That's
than
right.
your general 24-hour fitness
That's
plates.
right.
So
That's right. Lynette. Smoke show. Great work. Here comes Rob Ward. Squat second attempt, 320 kilos, 705 pounds, ladies and gentlemen. Rob Ward. In the tie-dye as well. The awesome haircut.
all right, we have Jennifer Sauter up next. Same weight, 314. So if you are, again, new
2
to
reds for
powerlifting.
Rob Ward there. Sorry to cut you off there,
Oh, no,
Rach,
that's
but it was but yeah, that from the front they did get a white, but it's interesting to note from the side we saw 2 reds. So what do you think that could be from, Rach?
I think that would have to be depth.
Yeah.
It's very hard to judge depth from the front. So whenever you see that red, white, red, it's probably depth.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is Jennifer, 314.
Quite the fight for a second attempt, Jennifer.
I really hope she makes that lift.
I hope so too.
She
really
worked hard
fought that
enough
one
for it.
out in the notorious lift slippers. 2-1, 2 white lights. And anyone who was joining us earlier from the earlier stream, you know we're big fans of the 2 white lights and the 2 white lights media. Big shout out to them.
Yeah, it's majority rules.
Here comes Lee Rogers setting up platform 2. What looks like 157 keys.
It'll be interesting if he gets his knees locked out. They look straight.
They do look.
Not quite.
Yeah.
They look a little soft there, but
Slightly. Whoa, yeah, no. It's a miss there. Good catch by our spotters and loaders again. A huge credit to them. All these people are all volunteers, so it's actually really great to see a lot of these young lifters around and being involved.
yeah. And notice how when they do spot from the back, that if you're gonna spot a 700-pound squat, there's not a whole lot you're gonna do by trying to take the bar off their back. So notice how they reach under the lifter and put their hands on their shoulders, and they help the lifter to stand it up.
Here comes Stephanie.
In case you've ever been worried about spotting someone at the gym squatting more than, well, you can bicep curl.
Stephanie Kotsifas. Squat second attempt, 145 keys. Stephanie smoking it.
Looks like she has a Hartman Performance shirt under that. That's what that looks
Sometimes we can't tell. You wish everyone's logo was just above the neckline there so you could see it.
like. Yeah, when I started powerlifting, I didn't really understand why these shirts had these little, like,
Now we know.
silver
Yeah.
dollar logos right at the
Yeah,
top.
sure,
I said,
yeah.
that looks so
Like, that's so
silly, and now I
weird,
get it.
Yeah. Newton Cheng, squat third attempt, 193 kilos. That's a record attempt. Did we get it?
Yeah.
Yes, we did. Newton Cheng. They got to make sure. What were they
Amy
looking
Hutchison.
For? Not sure, but Newton Cheng did get that lift, so I do believe he just got a record. So congratulations to him.
So if you're following along through the weekend, you'll have equipped lifting and raw lifting. So raw lifting just means we don't have any supportive
good.
suits.
Interesting.
Just knee sleeves, but all of these lifters are walking to the platform very comfortably. That's how you can tell that they are a raw lifter. They're not waddling with those really strong knee wraps.
The power lifter waddle. We all know it well.
I think that's why the platform can only be, 10 centimeters high?
Something like that. Something that's very,
Because you can't bend your
very
knee to
specific.
step up
You don't
over the
you don't
lift.
have the requisite knee flexion. So here comes Sean Queller, squat third attempt, 198.5 kilos. And I do believe that also makes this a record attempt.
I believe Sean is a military veteran as well.
Thank you for your service, Sean. Oh, just missed it.
Good lift for Joa, it looks like. We'll see what the refs say. Good
Good
lift.
lift.
150 kilos.
Love to see it. Love to see it.
Francesca, looks like she will be up with the same weight. And Leah, the next lifter after Francesca, will also stay at this weight. So it should go pretty quick here over on platform
One of
one.
my favorite things when you don't have to change out the weights. It's quick. You just let them bars loaded.
Yeah, especially
All you
with
gotta do is
bench
change the
press,
rack.
because you barely even have to change
Yeah.
the rack heights very much
Oh,
either.
it's the best.
There's
It's
this-
the best. Always in and out. You know what I mean? Love that. There's Francesca setting up. And then on platform 2, we got Ben Rowe taking his third attempt at 242.5 keys, 534 pounds for Ben.
So if you want to start looking at things, if you're waiting for your lifter to come up on your little board, you can start looking at the nuances of how they walk out. Some of them
Great
have
squat by Francesca.
a two-step walkout or a three-step walkout. Where do they put their hands? You'll start to notice the more you watch that
Those
what
Ben
you
Rowe
thought
now.
all looked the same is actually quite nuanced.
And Ben Rowe, well, at least he got one squat in, so no worries there. Still in the meet. All you need is to make sure you don't, as we colloquially say, bomb out. Bombing out is when you miss all 3 attempts of a certain lift, meaning that you won't be able to send your total to the national office. As long as you get one passed lift per each attempt, meaning you get one squat, one bench, and one deadlift, you can submit your total.
This is Leah up on platform 1.
Matthew Swanson, platform 2. Squat third attempt, 270. Huge squat over there for Matthew. Leah. Quick squat by Leah. And Matthew over here on platform 2. Good
That
grind
is a
there by
good
Matthew.
lift.
270 keys for Matthew. 3 white lights.
We are jumping up quite a bit to just about 375 for Becky Enright.
Big squat over there for Becky.
And for perspective, what's 66 kilos? About 145?
Oh, man. We got to convert to freedom units. Something
Yeah,
like
because
that.
65 is 143, so be about 145 pounds, squatting 375 pounds.
Yeah, that definitely, I hope that drives things home for everybody here, especially we're talking about masters lifters here, folks. Here comes Char again, Char Gahagan. Squat, third attempt, 272.5, 600 pounds even for Char on platform 2. They're going to go at the same time.
I know, I was just thinking about that. I was like, oh, we got synchronized squats. I didn't want to jinx it, though.
Let's see the call on these two. 3 white lights for Char, 3 white lights for Becky. Super, super stoked to see these move.
I was even noticing that during the last session, too. A lot of green on the board.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, these are experienced lifters here, Rachel. I mean, it's really a credit not just to the lifters, but also the game day coaches on their attempt selections.
Yeah, and really understanding what you can do on the day and trying to get your ego out of it.
Know thyself.
Mm-hmm. It's always impressive when you see a lifter stop at 597 or just right below those big numbers as they know what they have on the day, and just speaks to the athlete's maturity when you get to these bigger meets.
Yeah. No, certainly.
The 137.5, that is one of those, you have these kind of benchmark lifts. It's right over 300 pounds.
Yeah. And here we go, Rob Ward, big Rob Ward, 320 kilos, taking a big squat, 700 pounds on platform 2. Rob Ward sinking it down. Wasn't able to get the depth last time. Retaking that same squat. Let's see what the call is. 2-1, 2 white lights, no free ads.
That's all that matters.
Look at Amy Mason with a fight. No. Still a good attempt there by Amy Mason.
These spotters today get to do a whole lot of air squats.
Oh, yeah. They're going to be sore later. Ator coming out. Ator with our biggest squat of the day.
All right, and we are now on third squats on platform A. There are a few more lifters on platform 1 than platform B, or platform 2.
326 kilo squat third attempt, 718 pounds. Yeah, that's right, American record. For everybody out there, just to understand, I don't care how much you weigh, 700 plus squat for a master's lifter, this is elite stuff.
And it is triple body weight. Yeah. Which is impressive for a bigger lifter,
in and of
too.
itself. I mean, but still, like this is a men's master as well. I mean, like Ator is really, really unbelievable. We've seen him lift here before, but this is it never gets old. All right, Ator.
We have Trish over on platform 1. And you'll notice when they squat really heavy, they very
Beautiful
efficient walkout.
Oh, a little bit of helicopter there by Ator, but good catch by the spotters and loaders. That's crucial.
No lift for Trish over on platform 1.
Yeah, very great attempt there by Ator. And again, huge credit to spotters and loaders on saving him there.
Now we are going to Amy Hutchison for her third attempt. She missed this on her second. We'll see if she can make those adjustments and come back. It looks like she is coached by Aryan Kamesi.
Aryan Tank, he of King of the Lifts, contributor.
Yeah. And my understanding is all of his athletes are remote athletes.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So Amy's probably coached remotely. Let's see the potential.
Must be pretty cool to finally meet your coach in person, too. It's like the person you talk to all the time.
It's about 320 pounds. Looks like a good lift. Judges say yes, 2-1.
And Rachel, I think we're headed now. It looks like to to our equipped division on platform
Or is that
2.
raw with wraps?
It's
it looks
no,
like.
it is equipped master. Yeah, equipped master. Ted Stewart, platform 2.
Well, that's funny that they have him as equipped
169.
because it's just knee sleeves there. Doesn't look like he has a squat suit.
Yeah, I was gonna. That was my question, Rachel, because you have equipped lifting experience, which, by the way, super valuable to have you on the stream. That didn't look like a squat suit.
No. So up until this past year, when the raw with wraps division was added, if you had knee wraps, it was considered equipped lifting. But they did add the division. But I wonder if for the Arnold, maybe that they don't have a raw with wraps division.
Yeah.
Maybe you
I don't
just
think-
pick one.
Yeah,
raw
just
and
given the
equipped?
fact that just the raw, just given the fact that there isn't that many numbers, I would think that they're probably just doing the same, probably as you said, because is this a
Because
squat?
he also has knee wraps on.
Yeah. Oh, American record attempt on our platform 1, Jennifer Sauter.
Oh yeah, 146.5. And she is in slippers.
The deadlift, the notorious lifts, the pink slippers. Love to see them.
So
Jennifer.
most people, this whole debate on squatting with a heel versus squatting without a heel, it's quite the heated debate if you go down the interwebs.
If you go down the interwebs, that is correct, yes. Yeah, but I think at the end of the day, it really kind of comes down, can you achieve the requisite dorsiflexion to be able to hit the depth that you need, and then come right back up. That's really what it kind of comes down to.
What feels better for you and your
Right.
squat stance and width and
Yeah,
what do you like? So there is no one right answer.
that's correct. And here comes Robert Molnar,
He also has wraps.
platform 2. So, I mean,
It must be
is-
this flight. Are you in flight B over there? Oh, yeah, you're in
Yes.
the second flight.
So this is equipped, and I am, and yes, this does look like a squat suit. So, and again, I just want to confirm, yes, that is a squat suit. So, apologies on my inexperience on that regard. And slip up here, so that's going
Looks
to be
like
a red
he-
with a yellow card.
Yeah, those wraps popped him up a little bit too
Yeah.
quick.
And again, that comes with the technique of equipped lifting.
Have you ever lifted equipped?
I have not. I came into the game when
Was it
Raw
good
was
lift on
growing.
Platform
So-
1?
So that's pardon my inexperience on that regard. But as any historian of powerlifting and strength sports knows, equipped lifting was essentially where this began.
And then it just got so
Right. Yeah.
crazy
That's right.
that the pendulum swung the
So
total
far
opposite
the other way. Yeah.
direction.
It's- to where now, we just don't see the numbers on equipped lifters at these major meets that we used to. So
To where the qualifying totals for Raw Nationals are actually
higher,
than
yeah.
equipped Nationals.
Equipped, yeah.
So if you'd like to get some experience on a national stage,
throw on some gear.
yeah, just wrap your knees and have at it.
Yeah, and great squat there by Gary Pamplin, 227.5 kilos, 500-pound opener.
We're up to 336 for Stephanie over on platform 1.
Stephanie's had a good day so far, 2 for 2. Trying to hold on for that. Finish off her squats by having a perfect day. Let's see it, Stephanie. Great depth there by Stephanie. Good fight.
Looked
That
like
was
the
a
bar
great
almost
third.
stopped on the way up.
Great smile there. She knew it was good. 3 white lights.
So the bar can stop on the way up. It can't change direction, so there's no double bouncing.
That's
Her
right.
bar looked like it came pretty close to just stopping.
There was, yeah, that's true. That's true.
So we have 4 squats left over in flight A on platform 1. We'll have Leah, Francesca, Joa, and Becky. When you have 2 flights like this, you noticed if you're watching platform 2, there's no break between the first flight and the second flight, but there is a 10-minute break between squat and bench.
Yeah, that's right, Rachel. It's always between the disciplines. That's right. Or is that correct? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, always between the disciplines. It's never between the flights. So here comes William Kahapia.
But if you did have a lifter you were watching in flight A squat and you're like, well, when are they going to bench? Yeah, you probably have 20, 30 minutes.
Something like that. So here comes William Kahapia, 230
a
kilo
good lift for
squat
Leah.
opener for William. Oh, no, just didn't quite get it there.
Bar
Good
going
catch
up
by
to
the
155 for Francesca.
Great job over there. our spotters and loaners are definitely getting a lot of work on the equip side here so far. So good for them to stay nice and awake, because I know they had an early morning, and this is our final session of the day, so everyone's getting to work. And speaking of the waddle that Rachel alluded to earlier, we just saw it just now with our lifter coming up to the platform, Jerry Peterson, squat opener, 230 kilos. 507 pounds there for Jerry.
Looks like he's got some old school shoes too. He's been in this game for a little bit, I think.
And a very well manicured beard, by the way, if I do say so myself. I have a ton of beard envy here. Great beard by Jerry.
Super wide stance.
Oh yeah. Classic equipped setup.
Puts more of the weight into your hips a little bit.
Certainly.
And since he has that squat suit,
wow,
suit
good
helps
depth.
him in the hips.
Good depth.
Looks like 2 good lifts here, left and right.
Yep, 2-1 on platform 2, and three white lights on platform 1. So 2 good lifts. I tell you, Rachel, we're really getting spoiled here with all these good lifts.
Yeah, I was hoping for there to be some nuances. Be like, oh yeah, they, opened their hand or they stepped forward. They're not giving us any teachable moments here.
There's really not. And honestly, if we were here for the A7 Raw Challenge side, then maybe. But these are pro level type lifters. These are really, really great lifters and advanced and well traveled. So I don't think we're going to see too many of those issues.
I love her singlet.
Oh, great singlet.
Drag.
Love that. Daniel Elmore on platform 2, 252 kilo opener.
Very fast squat. No lift, 2-1.
Oh no.
Thinking that was probably a depth issue. Sometimes with the narrower stances like that,
Daniel Elmore.
it gets a little hard
3
to
white lights for
make
Daniel.
room for your hips between your feet.
Yes, it is, absolutely. And Rachel, you can speak to this. Would you judge an equipped squat a little bit differently in terms of the criteria for depth than you would a raw squat?
You're not supposed to.
You're not supposed to. But it is harder to achieve depth in a suit, is it not?
It's harder to achieve because you have to pull yourself down.
Right.
But because you're going slower, it gives the refs a whole lot of time
Yeah.
to be able to see where your hip crease is and where the top of your
And here
knee
comes
is.
Wild Bill McCarthy, he of as well, King of the Lifts podcast, and also his own Get the Lift coaching service. Get the Lift, one of the
Becky Enright over
game
on
day
platform 1.
coaches of our sport.
So if you notice, though, with those knee wraps, a lot of them will tie the wraps right above the kneecap. Little trick if you want to maybe not have to
Now
go
that
down
is
so
good
hard.
depth by Bill.
If you don't want to go down so far, you can make your knee look higher
Bill
by putting the
McCarthy,
big
255
bulk of that
keys.
wrap on the top of your kneecap.
Good lift, Bill McCarthy.
No
Platform
lift
2.
over on platform 1. So we are starting on flight B. I think on lifting cast it's D because they just rolled over from the previous session. Order will be Leslie, Stacy, Mike, and Michael.
And it was funny you mentioned that about not changing your opinion on an equipped squat versus a raw squat, because Bill McCarthy proved right there you absolutely can hit depth, and he did hit depth. Absolutely, I mean, it was without a doubt, and he's in a suit, so there should be no doubt that you should be able to at least achieve proper powerlifting depth.
Now, you may not be able to get depth with the lighter weight.
Right.
Like, I'd struggle to hit depth with anything under probably 300 pounds in my suit.
Sheesh.
You have to pull yourself down. But what I was saying during one of the previous lifts, if it's hard for you to get your hips down, then you can make your knee look higher.
We actually have a teaching moment here,
Yeah.
Rachel. It looked like our lifter, Alan Crockover, was getting an equipment check that the head judge possibly saw something. He asked to remove his singlet slightly to be able to take a look at it. So
I wonder, his shirt is not...
he doesn't have
I'm
sleeves.
surprised they let that shirt go.
Yeah, because technically that is not to comp standard.
Yeah, and it almost looks like the material isn't a cotton regular shirt.
Which is supposed to be. So a lot of questions here from the commentating team here, because I have the same ones. Yeah.
So I think they're telling him that he needs to change his shirt.
Yes. Yeah.
And having a sleeveless shirt doesn't really help you because your delts get sweaty in the bar slide. So
you actually don't want it, if anything. But hey, if you want to look more jacked on the platform, it is what it is. You know, it's just it's not according to the comp standard. We have rules here, folks.
Yeah, and a lot of it is just to not have the bar touch bare skin, whether it gets the bar sweaty for the next lifter. For deadlifts, why we have to wear deadlift socks, right? You just don't want to bleed on the bar.
Bleed on the bar, of course, yeah. Here comes Jason Johnson, platform 2, squat, first attempt, 280 kilos. Big squat here for Jason.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't really like that too much if I go to grab the bar from a previous lifter and it's all like sweaty and gross.
I need a tetanus shot later, you know what I mean?
All right, this is Stacy Metcalf, 62.5 kilos.
617-pound squat here for Jason. And Jason,
solid opener.
Very slow descent, bounces right out of the hole. 2-1, 2 white lights. Set off the air horn.
So you'll notice technique on the equipped lifters is slightly different. They tend to sit back a little bit more. The squat suit helps in your hip kind of region
it's more of a hip
little
drive.
bit more.
It's more of like a hip, hinge type squat. Slightly more folded over.
Yeah, and if you get too far forward, you'll just dump the weight off your back. So
Right.
to really use the equipment, and people say, well, equipped, it's cheating. Well, down in the bottom, it does help you get up, but it's still under your power. That top half of the lift, that's still all you. So we call that overloading certain ranges of motion on the squat.
And here we go. Baron Henderson. Got a lot of hype here. Squat opener, 340 kilos, 750 pounds. Call it what it is, folks. Huge squat here for Baron on platform 2. This is his opener.
And over on platform 1, we have Mike Rosenwald. He is over 70 years old.
That looked beautiful.
With a super deep squat.
Let's see
over
what
on
they
platform
say.
1.
3 white lights for Baron.
And 3 for Mike.
So we are moving right along. Some big squats.
I'm so inspired seeing these lifters over 70 just age very, very well.
Yeah.
And then you think of some of these like silver sneaker programs that are great, but just because you hit a certain age doesn't mean that you have to do
stop
quarter
trying.
squats. Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't mean you go backwards. It means you try to advance in some cases. You know. So I mean, this is such an inspirational day to be able to have the Masters of Iron sessions and the Masters of Iron Pro here, because I hope it shows a lot of our younger viewers and our younger lifters watching. It doesn't stop once you get past the open.
No, and even a lot of people in their 40s, and he just walked right out of the bar. A lot of the people in their 40s and 50s going, oh, that would be really cool, but I'm too old to start. No a lot. Michael, he's 77. He might have just started in his 60s. He might have started many years ago, but
Ted Stewart, squat second attempt, 172.5 keys, 2 white lights.
This is Michael Nichols over on platform 1.
Good
But yes, it is never too late to start. In fact, just this past week, we had a brand new lady. She's 75 years old and just got into powerlifting a couple weeks ago.
I love to hear this stuff. You know what I mean? Because if you're truly about this game, you want it to grow to everyone.
Let's see what Michael's. Yeah. No lift, or a good lift, 2-1.
We saw downward progress, I guess. We saw a blue card infraction on that right side.
Now we have Sarah Bowen.
Ted Longo. Love his picture, by the way. Very professional. Good for LinkedIn.
So you'll notice on platform 1, we have a mix of male and female lifters. That is something that I like about powerlifting that's different from Olympic lifting.
2 white lights. Shout out to Ted.
Is that everyone can lift together. That it doesn't matter if you're 12.
She got bombed by our USAPL president.
Yeah.
He said hello.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're 12 or 30 or 60, male, female. You can all lift on the same rig, and you might just have to load the weights pretty significantly between each rep. but you can share the equipment.
It's fun all the same. It really is.
So this is Sarah Boland. And then even though it's an individual sport,
there's a
there's a
community
communal-
feel to
yeah.
it. There's a team aspect to it, and it's tough to. I know it's tough to see for some people, but it takes a village.
especially with equipped lifting.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, of all things, yeah. All right, here goes Robert Mulliner, squat second attempt, 205 kilos.
It was a good lift for Heather.
Oh yes, Rob. Team RTS, Mike Teixeira.
Oh, we have a great view on Gino, Powerlifting Pirates. I always
Love his jacket.
like
love his
watching
outfits.
it. Yeah, watching him at meets. And, I wonder what he's going to wear this time.
And good lift for Robert.
Yeah, we'll have Heather Berman up on platform one.
Gino is a powerlifting celebrity, probably the powerlifting celebrity. if you
He
wanna
has
call
his
it.
own T-shirts. He has his own merch.
Yeah, he actually had his own graphic at one point. I remember an Arnold or two ago. Anytime there was a 666, we had his face everywhere.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, Gino he's the guy the lifters take pictures with.
and and he remembers
Yeah.
everybody.
Oh man,
He remembers names, who your coach is. Where you meet him once, and you'll see him again 3
Great
years
human.
later, and he'll like remember you.
great human.
I think he remembered our kids' names, and I don't even know if he's met our kid.
That's crazy. Heather Bourbon,
Like pretty solid lift for Heather.
great squat opener. And here we go, William Kahapia. Again, apologies on any mispronunciation. Squat second attempt, 230 keys for William.
Order up on platform one will be Heather, Amy, Laura, and then Kailani.
Let's see it here, William. We missed the squat last time. So let's see.
Oh, he's shaking his head.
Ah, 2 white lights. That's all we need here, folks.
You gotta fake it till you make it. That's one of those things. If you're doing your first meet, don't you start doubting yourself. You walk away, and the more you doubt yourself, the more you just gotta fist pump and don't look at the lights.
Take a nice little hit of ammonia and go for it.
Cool guys don't look at explosions, right? You just walk away, don't look at the lights.
I gotta take that one. Cool guys.
Because if the referees are like, oh, was that to depth? Was it not? Like,
Yeah.
and then they see you doubt yourself, and they go, oh, okay, well, I'm gonna.
I love that. And here we go, continuing on platform 2. Our squats are getting bigger and bigger here, folks. Jerry Peterson, squat second attempt, 242.5 kilos, 534 pounds here for Jerry.
Man, Amy's squat suit, that is how tight. That's the difference between a squat suit and a singlet.
Yeah.
You can look around her hip region, just how
You can
tight
see.
that is.
Yeah. The effort it takes to put those on.
And she still got to depth really quickly.
Beautiful squat. Now let's see Jerry here. Now from here, again, it's so hard to judge depth from the front. You can sit at an angle, but even so, it's still pretty tough. Let's see what the judges say for Jerry.
Knock on wood, platform 1 has been perfect so far in this
It
flight.
looks like downward progress, blue card infraction, 2 red lights on that one. We'll see what Jerry takes on this next one.
It's actually a fairly large flight.
Yeah, it's a big one. It's a big one. And honestly, that's a good thing though too, Rachel, because I know we talk about kind of how big Raw is and Raw powerlifting, how it's essentially just, it really is kind of the center of our sport currently, but our sport also has a history, and our history begins with equipped lifting.
Yeah, and equipped lifters need a little bit more time. They have to rewrap their knees between every single set and just let the blood flow sort of
man,
get
yeah.
back through their legs. Whereas raw lifters, if I'm in a gym and I have to sit 9
Gary
minutes between my
Pamplin.
squats, that's going to feel like forever. But if you're an equipped lifter, 9 minutes doesn't feel like that long.
Gary Pamplin, 250 keys.
Good lift over on
Smoked that.
platform 1.
3 white lights for Gary on platform 2. Yeah, no, I mean, when we talk about being a team sport, equipped lifting is very much is very much a team sport.
Yeah, I accidentally punched myself in the face trying to wrap my own knees once. Your hand slips off. And
You can't make this
right
stuff
in the
up.
nose. Yeah.
You can't make this stuff up. Now here comes Wild Bill McCarthy. Get the lift, working with his colleague, Aaron Comesi. Bill, second attempt, squat, 260 kilos for Bill.
All right, so we are we'll be seeing our last 4 lifters to make an appearance today. We have Kailani, Katie, Andrea, and Cindy.
I love the bow in Kailani's hair, by the way. It looks so awesome.
You know, I used to always wonder how people could lift with their hair down.
Great squat by Bill. Super strong to the top. Super clean. 3 white lights for Bill. Bill executing that squat, almost looking like a raw lifter. Very, very clean technically. Kailani.
It was very fast. I don't know if she hit depth.
Yeah, that was
But the
close.
benefit of going so fast is that the referees don't have time to look either.
And as speak of the devil there, Rachel,
Yeah.
2
2
white
to 1.
lights. Yeah, we can get it.
It's also why you'll notice powerlifting singlets are very monochromatic.
Right.
Whereas maybe some other sports, they'll have the stripes down the side because it looks nice. Well, a stripe down the side of your singlet in powerlifting can just help referees see depth that much better. So you'll see very monochrome on the sides.
We're getting free content here, folks, right here from Rachel. Rachel literally just dropping dimes. I don't know if everyone... Just play that one back real quick and make sure you write this stuff down.
Because we don't cheat, but you can
that's right.
bend the rules as far as they will go.
Game the system. Daniel Elmore, squat second attempt on platform 2. 260 keys.
That's why you'll also see those really
2 red
obscure
lights.
rules,
No
and you're
lift.
like, why is our rule book 98 pages or something crazy? It's because of all of these little
Because
nuances.
of all the little nuances that we found ways to kind of work around. That's correct.
All right, good lift. Platform 1 is still perfect so far. We are jumping up to 250 kilos. This is a 551-pound opener for Andrea Page.
Wow. Big lift there for Andrea.
Yeah, and with these suits, yeah, it helps out of the bottom a little bit, but that walkout, you're still in racking that. That's all you. And 550 pounds is...
Walking to the platform.
And when you step, think about it. You step back, all of the weight is on one foot.
That's terrifying. Alan Kroc over here we go. Platform 2, squat, second attempt, 270 keys. Still no sleeves. Definitely going to have some questions on this one after the fact.
I'm...
And
Now,
see
is
how
that
we
one
get
of those A7s, one of those shirts? Is it Titan?
I don't think they're allowed. You're not allowed to wear bar grip on.
No,
on
there was
competition.
a... So I just took my national ref test like 2 weeks ago, so I was looking. There was one brand that like weirdly got... I'll have to look that up during the 10-minute break.
Like Under Armour or something. I don't know. See Alan Kroc
No,
over.
I want to say it was a Titan sleeveless shirt.
Oh, interesting.
I'll
Yeah,
double
2
check
red
that.
lights for Alan on that one.
Now, Andrea's singlet looks interesting. It doesn't look like hers has legs at all.
No, missed that one. Slightly out of
Just rolled
position
up
on
on
there
her.
for Andrea.
Sometimes with those suits, they roll up on you. Good luck. The only way to fix that is to take the whole thing off and put it back on again.
Oh,
And you
no.
might not have enough time, so
No.
that might be acting like tourniquets up around her.
Yeah. This is very valuable stuff. Not just for the. I mean, for myself, I'm also don't have a ton of experience, obviously, watching and commentating on.
It means
the
you haven't been
equiplifting,
broken
yeah.
yet. That's a good
That's
thing.
right. That's right. I haven't been broken yet. No, but I think more than anything, it's such a valuable thing to be able to have you here, Rachel, to be able to speak to it because, myself and I'm sure a lot of our listeners don't really understand a lot of the nuances of equipped lifting, and I tell you, it's still very, very interesting.
It's just another tool in your toolkit, right?
right.
Especially like the big 3, squat, bench, deadlift. Yeah, I might be burned in effigy here, but they can get boring every once in a while, and you're like, I just don't want to.
Johnson.
So to have
Squat
different
second
things to overload
2
things
to
in your
1.
toolkit
Good
to make
lift.
it more interesting and keep your joints healthier over time for longevity.
That's right.
So even if you're a raw lifter, taking some of these pieces, maybe it's just the knee wrap piece, or maybe it's just a bench shirt, or you can take the little bits and pieces to help your raw lifting. We'll see what the judges say about her depth.
Kind of
That
like how
looked-
you've heard earlier. If you squat fast enough, it's going to be tough for them to judge. 3
And
red
notice
lights.
she turned her belt around. Some of those smaller torsos, the buckle can dig
Yeah.
into your ribs a little bit.
That's
so
right.
She flipped it around.
That's right. I don't have
Because
that
there's not a
problem.
rule against flipping your belt around.
That's right. Yeah, we actually saw. I believe it was Wade Craig earlier of the Masters Iron Pro Session 1. He actually had his lever buckle behind him. So that was actually very interesting when he,
I'm impressed with the shoulder mobility to be able to do that. Maybe
so
his coach
for those
does
of you
that.
at home, Rachel actually just pretended to unsnap her lever buckle, and it's actually a very uncomfortable and strange thing to do. But Baron Henderson, huge squat here, second attempt, 365 kilos, 800-pound squat here for Baron. Let's see it here, folks. Great depth by Baron. It looks like the bar is... Oh, no. Good catch there by our spotters and loaders. Good save. That's why we have him there.
Yes.
Very, very safe.
You will notice on some of those very heavy squats, they'll bring out a couple more spotters. Just 800 pounds is 800 pounds.
Yeah, I mean, and
They'll need a
so
couple
by the rule book, anything over 500 pounds has a requisite of 5 spotters.
It said you can have up to 5.
Up to 5, yes.
It's sort of that common practice is when it gets over 500 pounds. At our local meets, we tend to is that someone can be really strong and not have the greatest technique and squat 500 pounds.
Sure.
You can't have bad technique and squat 700 pounds. So it's actually, I feel more comfortable spotting a 700-pound squat than I do spotting a 500-pound squat.
I think that's definitely, absolutely.
Because somebody will go from like 420 to 500, and you're like, you have
Stacey
no
Metcalf?
business doing this.
Good lift.
So we'll usually bring out those spotters in that like 550 range.
Or sorry, that was Leslie. Good lift. Apologies. Ted
Stewart.
Ted Stewart. Apologies. Yeah, Ted Stewart. 180 keys.
Stacey Metcalf over on platform 1.
Oh, I think the bar paused. I don't think it went down. We'll see what the judges say. 2 to 1, 2 white lights. Good lift for Ted on platform 2.
Oh, looks like Stacey's a raw lifter.
All
No,
right.
she's equipped. So this might be interesting. Maybe she just has a bench shirt, because right now everything that she's wearing is raw.
Yeah, by definition, right?
But yeah, so if anything that you wear isn't raw, they would put you in that equipped division.
Oh, very interesting. Good squat there by Stacy. Here comes Ted Longo.
And bar will be loaded at 110 kilos for Cindy Goodrich.
Ted Longo at 202 kilos on the bar. Let's see it, Ted. Squat, second attempt.
I don't think that was deep enough.
Right, and again, it's always, we can't say definitively because our camera is just directly ahead, but they did give him 2 white lights on that one.
Did they?
Yes,
So,
they did.
so
yeah.
interesting.
2 white lights. It was 1 on the left and 1 down the middle, so meaning the head ref saw it as such. Typically, as a head, whenever you get in the head ref position, I like to be at a slight angle when I'm facing the front because I feel like I can at least see depth that way. I know a lot of people are of the mind that you can't truly judge depth from the front. I agree and disagree on certain things, so that's why I try to sit more at a 45-degree angle. Our current head ref on our platform 2 is essentially right in front of them, so that's just how he wants to see the lift. Everyone is different, and that's kind of the beauty of being a referee is you choose where you sit to be able to see the lifts properly.
Yeah, especially on the side, you have all of those spotters in the way.
Yeah. You got to I talk to the spotters in between lifts to let them know, like, hey, this is where I'm going to be. Because I need to see something. Here comes Robert Mulliner. Squat, second attempt, 215 keys.
Looks like a pretty textbook squat.
Beautiful squat there by Robert.
A little bit of a delay. Waiting on
Lift is good for Robert.
Cindy over on platform 1. I don't see her. Maybe she's
And
still
this
getting her
happens
knees wrapped.
sometimes, Rachel, where this is more at like a state level, local type meet where lifters kind of get distracted.
You know, over on lifting cast, I see an asterisk next to her opening lift.
Could she have scratched possibly?
I've never seen that. I wonder, is that a note
Not sure.
for the scorekeepers
Not
or
sure.
something?
That's,
So she's definitely coming out for her second attempt. Not sure what that asterisk means.
Yeah. We'll have to follow up with our production team after this. Here comes William Kahapia, squat third attempt. We're on third attempts over here on platform 2. William Kahapia, 242.5 kilos, 534 pounds. William actually went up 12.5 keys. No, definitely
That
not
was
there for
heavy
William.
for Sydney.
Yeah.
Sydney, you can see in her face.
Yeah.
She's happy with
How
that.
about that? Yeah. All right.
All right, now we are jumping up to Mike Rosenwald on platform 1. 270 pounds. He's about 100 pounds over body weight here. Oh, I just heard Gino say that he's from New Jersey.
All right. The Garden State. Jerry Peterson coming up, squat third attempt, 250 kilos, platform 2 for Jerry Peterson. Jerry Peterson, one of the better beards you'll ever see.
So it's interesting when you were talking about measuring depth. So when you're looking at his knee wraps, they're all bunched at the top there.
Yeah. It's almost by design, right?
Yep, it raises your knee up a little bit.
That's
So the
right.
referees, especially if
Visually.
you squat faster,
Yeah.
is that his knee or is
Tough
that
to
the
judge.
wrap?
Yeah, absolutely. And you guys are getting a little bit of an in-depth look, having 2 national referees on the call.
Oh,
to-
his
to
knee
kinda
wrap fell off.
Give you guys an idea of what we're looking for. 2 white lights there
So
by
good
Jerry.
focus for
Good
Mike.
lift for Jerry on platform 2.
Yeah, so Mike's knee wrap came off in the middle of his squat, and he, OG, just squatted it anyway.
Hey, you don't get to the Arnold by accident, folks. Here comes Daniel Elmore, platform 2. Squat third attempt, 270 kilos, 595 pounds. Working with Team Roar Powerlifting.
And he's one that you notice he pulled the squat stands in. He likes to put his hands right where those racks are.
Yeah.
So scooting him in a little bit.
Let's see it here, Daniel. Big squat. I won't say anything about depth again because it's very tough with camera angles. We'll always just wait and see. Yep, 2-to-1, no lift for Daniel.
All right, and Michael is also in the 70 to 79-year-old age group.
Let's see what happened for Michael. 3 white lights.
Especially as we get older, having the joint protection of the suits.
Helps, I bet.
Yes.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, every day I get closer and closer to the 4-year-old threshold, so this is all appealing to me, Rachel.
Live hard, play hard. So
That's right. That's right.
then you like the stuff to physically hold you together. You don't feel like you're going to explode under those heavy squats if you're being physically held together. Yeah, he's
Here
got
we go,
the
Gary
nice boots.
Pamplin.
Digging those boots.
Oh, yeah. 272.5 kilos, 600 pounds even for Gary Pamplin.
Sarah
The
Bowen.
best boots in the game, smoking it.
Those almost look like those old Soviet boots.
Yeah. Great timing to mention that. Anyways, Sarah Bowen. Squat second attempt.
Over 300 pounds for Sarah. You notice these referees have a very exaggerated hand movement. It's pretty loud out there, so I don't know if they can even hear those squat and rack commands.
I would be surprised. I'd be surprised. I assume that you're going out there trying to listen for something and going off of that. Because it is what may or may not be evident to the listening audience. It is incredibly loud in C-Pod right now. So with all the music and all
We're in a battle of the bands with some sort of like
Essentially.
step workout
Yeah.
thing in the pod
There's
next
a
to
lot
us.
going on. Alan Kroc over here, squat third attempt, 280 kilos for Alan. Big squat here for Alan.
Heather's shimmying.
Let's see
She
what the
didn't
call
quite
is.
seem comfortable on her first squat either.
No lift for Alan on platform 2.
Good lift for Heather. All right, Amy Pancake, 160 kilos. We're
Hold
up
on,
over
I'm sorry.
350.
I never saw this name. Is that actually Amy's last name?
That is.
Wow.
It's the
That's
best
it.
last name
That's
ever,
it, folks.
isn't it?
That's the greatest last name I've ever heard in my life. Congratulations, Amy.
I think the only more appropriate name could be Gummy Bear for a power lifter. Got to get those carbs in.
Sour Patch. Amy Sour Patch. Amy Sour Patch would be the only thing better. Speaking of,
Team Roar.
I could really use a Sour Patch watermelon right about now. Yes, Jason Johnson on squat, third attempt, platform 2, 302.5 kilos.
See, their team's doing it right. They got that Team Roar right
Yep.
there, so you can see.
Yep.
So if you have a powerlifting club,
Yeah.
take note.
Take a page out of Team Roar's book there. Yeah. Signage. Know how to do your signage. Jason Johnson, 302.5 kilos. The number of the beast, 666. Let's see it, Jason.
Good lift for Amy.
Jason Johnson, what's it called? 3 white lights.
All right, we'll jump up just 2.5 kilos on platform 1. The lifting order will be Laura, Kailani, Kaylee, and Andrea. Katie, not Kaylee.
And I believe, yes, that actually wrapped up all of our squats for
done.
platform 2.
We haven't even started the third squats.
Well, platform 2 is moving along very quickly. And again, this is one of those things that it's mostly indebted to sometimes the spotters and loaders have to adjust a lot of the racks. We did have that big delay, remember, for a minute trying to find our other lifter. So those little things kind of add up in minutes and seconds. And that's why sometimes these 2 platform meets, they don't always run in tandem.
That's right. We can just tag team platform 1.
Oh, yeah.
She has a higher bar setup.
Oh yeah,
Interesting to see.
It's like a mid bar almost. Oh yeah,
Rocked forward a little bit, but I don't think that would be considered downward movement. Good lift, 2 to 1. Oh, now we are jumping up 200 kilos. Another one of those benchmark numbers. 2 bills. 441 pounds. So platform 2 is done with their squats. Now, have they started? They're not waiting until platform 1 is done to start that 10-minute clock, are they?
no, they go right into it.
Okay.
As far as I know. So again, it doesn't really flow in tandem.
Yeah. So platform 2, they will start a 10-minute clock after this bench is set up and everything's all ready to go for bench press. Then there will be a 10-minute clock. So if you're watching a lifter over on platform 2, you'll have about 10, 11 minutes before their bench
Have a little
presses
bio
start.
break, go use the restroom, have a little bit of lunch, run back over. Kalani.
So if you'd like to follow along, you can go to liftingcast.com and you can click on March 4th, the Masters of Iron.
I want Kalani just to hit this because that bow is so cool.
Yeah, I've always been so jealous of lifters who can lift with their hair down, and mine's a hot mess.
200 kilo smoke show here by Kalani. Let's see what they say. Oh, no lift.
No lifts, 2 to 1.
2 to 1.
But she will have another attempt at that.
That's
It didn't
right.
look particularly heavy. It's just controlling the suit of knowing when you get to depth. I think she could have gone down another inch or 2 just fine.
Yeah.
Sometimes
How fast that moved,
that
right?
proprioception, it's harder to feel
Right.
in that suit because it's not a passive, gravity's not doing it for you.
Yeah.
Like it can do a little bit with raw lifting.
Yeah. No, it is a very interesting dynamic, especially it's just equipped lifting is such a technically driven sport, especially like or an iteration of the sport, really. So, such a difficult thing to be able to navigate.
Yeah, especially in warm-ups, right? As soon as you put the suit on and you're not quite to those really heavy lifts yet, it almost feels like a reverse squat. Is that you're trying to pull yourself down and the up part's easy.
The position, yeah. Here comes Katie Dodge. Squat second attempt, 222.5 kilos.
490 pounds.
Let's see it, Katie. Yes.
Depth is great. It looks like she got out of position just a little bit in the bottom. Her knees shifted forward.
Yeah, and that was something we saw earlier, not just with the equipped lifters in this session, but earlier with some raw lifters in the previous session is, that dive bomb type squat, it adds a variable to the lift where, sometimes if you don't stay tight throughout, you will get thrown out of position. And, with these maximal weights, it might end up spelling disaster.
Yeah, there's a risk reward to these things that people, if I go down as fast as I can, if I dive bomb the squat,
reflex, right?
You can bounce out of the bottom. And if you're in the perfect position, sure. If you're out of that position at all, good luck.
Yeah, that's a big dogfight to try to finish.
So your goal is to learn your position so well that you can go really fast in that position.
Yeah, get in and get out. It's the lifting equivalent of high risk, high reward.
How do you pronounce that? Team Phoenix, but it's like Phoenix with an I.
I don't know.
I've always wondered that.
If we run into Andrea between lifts, we should ask her.
I'll have to ask her.
Yeah.
I've always wondered that.
Yeah. I like the shirt. It looks cool.
Maybe if someone's in the comments, they can type in the phonetic spelling of that.
250 kilos. Andrea. Now, I believe she is in danger here. Correct me if I'm wrong, Rachel.
Yeah, she missed both of her her first and second attempt squats.
Oh boy. Well, then we got something to cheer for on
so
the. So
if you do bomb out on your squats, you are allowed to continue the competition if they give awards for bench or deadlift. But you wouldn't be eligible to, say, set an American record bench press.
Or you wouldn't be able to post your total.
Mm-hmm. But we don't kick you out of the meet. You trained really hard and you came all this way.
You might as well finish.
You might as well finish the lift or finish the competition. So we don't want her to bomb out. But at the end of the day, statistically, somebody this weekend is going to bomb out.
Statistically speaking, yes.
Statistically speaking, so we hope it's nobody here today.
No.
Or ever.
No. No one ever wants it.
Have you ever bombed out?
I have not. No, but I am a perpetual 8 for 9 lifter.
Which lift do you always miss?
It's funny. The last one was. Dang, well, now that you mention it, I've missed one of each. How about that?
At least you're consistent.
Mr. Consistent. I've missed one of each. It's squat, bench, deadlift. So I'm just a lucky guy, I guess.
All right, we have Leslie Macco. She's another volunteer. Works very hard to promote the sport. Over 70 years old. And this is over body weight.
Great lift. 3 white lights.
All right, bar will stay at 70 kilos for Stacy Metcalf. If you are curious to learn more about powerlifting, you can head over, to the USA Powerlifting website. If you click on that About Us, they'll have some rules and lifter handbooks that they're all being rewritten right now, getting a little facelift, but the rules are up there. The lifter's handbook, I think, is probably
the
of
best
all of those
resource, right?
documents. Yeah.
Yeah, I would think so. Stacy Metcalf, squat third attempt, 70 kilos, 154 pounds for Stacy, who I think we're assuming because she's in the equipped division, she is going to probably be in a shirt when it comes to the bench press.
Yeah, because deadlift suits don't give quite as much benefit as a squat suit. So if she's not wearing a squat suit, I don't see why she would wear a deadlift suit.
Yeah.
Good lift.
Yeah, only questions here from our team.
That asterisk is still there for Cindy. I'll have to, over the break, figure out what that asterisk is for. So it looks like that. How much is left on that clock over for platform 2? Is that?
Let me check for you.
Just to be able to give an update. Now, Cindy is a Masters and M3 lifter. If you're not sure, about 5 minutes on platform 2. So there are about 5 levels of Masters lifters. M1 is 40 to 49, M2 50 to 59, M3 60 to 69, and so on and so forth. So I think it does end at M5. So if you're 90, you're still competing against the young guns, 80-year-olds. No lift for Cindy. She has 110 on her second. We'll jump to 127.5 for Mike Rosenwald.
Moving right along here, yeah, we got Mike Rosenwald.
This is 281 pounds. When I'm 70, I just want to be able to, like, get off the toilet without help.
Yeah. All these are super inspiring, especially just, you know, as you go on in your career as a lifter, when you see that there are athletes still competing upwards of 80 years old, it's really, it's a treat to watch.
And just to have a goal to shoot for.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I see squat third attempt here for Mike. I know we had an issue earlier with the wrap, so let's take a look and see how things go here. Speedy.
Still up really high up on his knee, almost like he's using it to benefit the quad more.
Yeah. Great move there for Mike. 3 white lights.
He even got a good grunt. I don't know if you can hear that on the live stream, but
it was worth it. I don't know if we're filming Platform 2 right now, but our spotters and learners are literally slamming a burrito, and you can't make this stuff up, folks. This is premium television. Shout out to our spotters and learners working really hard. Well-deserved burritos for them.
They are by far the hardest working people. We say it all the time, but
easily.
I think by kilos lifted, statistically, they are the hardest.
They're actually out totaling the all of our sessions. So it's fun to see. Here we go. Michael Nichols, squat third attempt, 137.5 kilos, 303 pounds for Michael.
For over 70 years old. Yeah, we have helpers for our meets. And people, I don't want to be a referee. That's scary. I'll just spot and load. That's unskilled labor. And it's like, oh, you guys, no.
Let's see what the judges say.
Spotting and loading is the hardest job of the meet.
Oh, yeah.
Good,
3
good
white
lift.
lights. Love to see it. Sarah Bolin here, squat third attempt, 142.5 keys.
He's over 50 years old.
And we need to keep calling that out, Rachel, actually, is mentioning their age of these lifters, because it's truly remarkable seeing all these Masters lifters here and having a platform here at the Arnold.
I love the pigtails. It is interesting from a practical perspective. Some of the hairstyles on the women, you'll see a lot of braids, especially when we get to the bench press. I'll be curious to see if they're in the bathroom changing their hairstyle. And I say, that's so silly. Why are you doing your hair? Well, when you're laying flat on the bench, a ponytail digs into your head.
That's true.
So from a practical standpoint, some of the cuter hairstyles are actually the most functional.
Yeah. Just has the benefit of looking cute.
It just has the benefit of looking cute.
Oh, 2 red lights. Just not fully to depth there. Onwards to Heather Berman. Squat third attempt, 162.5 kilos, 358 pounds for Heather Berman. Final squat attempt here. And who do we have on deck here left, Rachel?
We have 6 lifts left. We have Heather, Laura, Amy, Kaylani, Katie, Andrea.
All right.
So our final 6 squats, and then platform 1 will start their 10-minute break. just about right after platform 2 starts bench press. So
That's right.
never a full break in the lifting.
Never a full break. Just the way we like it. Heather Berman.
She seems to have had some issues getting comfortable in her start position.
Good depth there for Heather. Let's see what they say. 3 white lights.
She's 3 for 3 on her squats.
Congrats, Heather. Great showing. Here's Laura Sterland.
Looks like it.
Squat.
167.5 kilos.
Yeah, squat third attempt for Laura.
370 pounds. We are just about at double body weight for Laura.
And Laura's age, Rachel, do we have that one?
She's an M2.
M2.
Lifting in those flat shoes. If you have a wider stance with your hips more externally rotated, so your toes pointed more to the side.
Well, yeah, it absolutely does give you more context for the floor, especially when you have kind of the flat-soled shoe. That's why you do see some lifters compete with the deadlift slippers. You get more contact to the ground.
And then
Laura Sterland.
with the wider stance, having an elevated heel doesn't necessarily help
No,
as
not at
much
all.
as with a narrower stance. Think about it. If you squat down to
3
the
white
ground,
lights.
if you're squatting down to the ground, keeping your foot flat on the floor is kind of tough. But if you can bring the floor up to you, that's what that wedged heel does. So it allows you to squat with your foot flat on the floor. You just bring the floor up.
That's right. That's right. Amy Pancake.
And squat shoes are also very firm. My favorite shoes that were made by Adidas, and they stopped because they could no longer get the wood to make them. They had a wooden heel, and now everything's going to this plastic composite, which the old curmudgeon in me hates. My last squat shoes were 18 years old before they literally fell apart.
Oh,
Like the
no.
tongue was like pulling off, and it was terrible.
Amy Pancake, 170.5 kilo. We're chipping something here, Rachel, so
It has to be an American record.
it has to be a record attempt. 375.89 pounds.
So she has actually crossed that 375 barrier, that little half-kilo chip.
Let's see it, Amy. Big squat attempt here. Team Roar Powerlifting.
Rocked back
Great
and forth a little
squat,
bit.
Amy
She knows
Pancake.
that's a good lift.
2-1, 2 white lights. American record, Amy
She's
Pancake.
like, Gina, let me go so I can get these off my knees.
She's got to get those off her knees. Great job, Amy. Good lift.
All right, 3 more now. These final lifts, they all missed these weights on their second attempt. So we're going to hope that we can see some green lights here.
That's right. Yes. Yeah. No, Rachel, good call out there. We're hoping to see our lifters here hit their third squats. You know, a lot of them have to hit their squat to stay in the meet.
Yep. So Kaylani, she did make her opener. She missed
That's
this
right.
on her second, so she's repeating. But what's interesting is our next lifter, Katie, is going up anyway to try to hit an American record.
That's right.
So-
And if you're going to do it here.
Yep. And if you miss a lift, you can repeat or go up anyway. If it was just a technicality or you're like, it's a fluke, you can go up. You
Oh, we're
can't
setting
go
up, sorry,
down.
on platform 2.
Oh,
We're
benches
getting
have
started. Bench is starting.
Oh yeah.
I believe that's Newton
We
Chang.
missed Sean's bench.
Oh, pardon me.
That was
Yeah,
Newton
it was
Chang.
Newton Chang. But here comes Kalani.
Looked fast and strong. We'll see what the referees say. That was 441 pounds.
3 white lights.
Good lift. All right, and then we're looking at a new American record attempt for Katie Dodge over on platform 1.
And on platform 2, just to catch everybody up, apologies on the delay there, Sean Queller, good lift, and Newton Chang, good lift on their bench openers. Here comes Lee Rogers, bench opener, 112.5 kilos on platform 2.
So after these final 2 squats, when platform 1 is on a break, we can talk about some of the rules and some of the things you're looking for on a bench press.
Yep.
It's not quite as intuitive. A squat is a squat, and people sort of know what a squat is, but there are some peculiarities for a competition bench press. It's
Bench,
different.
in my opinion, is honestly the harder one.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on that you have to be looking at as a
It's
referee.
a lot different than just the bros you see at the gym bouncing it off their chest.
Right. No, there's a lot of different ways to look at it, especially as a referee. Lee Rogers waiting on the call there.
508 pounds. Looks really strong.
Good lift
Katie.
for Lee Rogers. And then Katie Dodge.
No lift by majority decision for depth.
2-1, no lift.
She still has 210 on her first. The fact that she did try to go up so much makes me think that she might have locked in her placing on her opening attempt. And once you're locked in, you might as well have a little fun.
Might as well just go for it right now. Now, Rachel, this is the one we were actually waiting for. Is Andrea Page?
This is a do or die attempt for Andrea.
That's right. We're hoping for Andrea to be able to hit this one on platform 2. Charga Hagen took his bench opener, 142.5 kilos for a ride.
Yeah, the sports psychology.
Good lift.
Of when you get to this position of you've already missed 2 lifts, it's not just a matter of doing it again. Your brain starts to do some really uncomfortable things.
Of course, yeah. And this is a very high-stress environment, so you can hear the crowd. They're getting behind Andrea. Squat third attempt, 250 kilos, 551 pounds for Andrea here. They're all trying to get behind her. They want to see her stay in this meet. Let's see it, Andrea. Big squat.
She looks really strong and controlled under the weight.
Let's go very fast. Now let's see if the depth was there.
No.
2-1. So unfortunately, that is our first of the Arnold, our first bomb, meaning she still can continue, but the total won't be able to post.
Yeah, and if you're ever in a position of bombing out at a meet, you can still take that. So she made the lift, even though it was called for depth. In her training journal or in her kind of personal goals, you can still count that. And maybe for the next competition, whatever total she makes, including that squat, can be her goal for the next meet. So just because she bombed out doesn't mean that she throws the whole meet in the trash.
Absolutely not. Still made it all the way out here to the Arnold. Should still absolutely continue should she want to. Ben Rowe just took a 145-pound or 145-kilo opener on platform 2, and that was a good lift. Now we're on to Matthew Swanson, bench opener, 150 kilos. Matthew Swanson, smoke show.
All right, so on a bench, you have 3 commands. You have a start, press, and rack. So if you'll notice, when the lifters, you can either have a handoff or not. But once you get the bar to arm's length and the referees think that you're in your good non-moving start position, they'll say start, and then you'll bring the bar down to your chest, and the bar must come to a complete stop. So if you're watching this, you're like, God, that's on their chest for a really long time. It's probably because it's wiggling. It needs to come to a complete stop. And then the referees will say press, and you press it up, and then rack.
Yeah, and also, Rachel, you can also call out the fact that sometimes it takes a while to get the start command, and the only reason that is they're waiting for everything to be completely still and set in place, the side referees, so they can give the signal to the head referee to give the start command.
And what are some of the differences between maybe USA powerlifting bench rules and some of the other federations out there?
Well, so, I mean, probably the biggest one, Rob Ward here.
I believe that was a good lift.
That was a good lift for Rob Ward. And the primary thing I think everybody always thinks of when you think of USAPL versus other powerlifting federations is being able to have that heel down when you're benching. And I know I'm not entirely certain if other federations allow you to have your head up.
Yep, USP. I don't know if we're allowed to name the federations, but
Other federations.
Yes, there is another federation
Yeah,
that allows the head to be up.
that's right. Yeah, but here at the USAPL, we make sure that the heel is grounded and the head is grounded at all times, and you won't get a start command until such. And should any of that change throughout the lift, that'll be an infraction.
And your glutes have to stay down in contact with the bench too. So you'll notice some pretty extreme arches.
Ator.
But as long as your butt and shoulders are down, it doesn't matter what happens with your spine in between.
177.5 for Ator. Good lift. That's right. No, absolutely, Rachel. And that's something you have to look for as a referee is, and And there is nuances that everyone does try to game a little bit. We always talk about it, where it doesn't have to be your whole glute that touches the bench, just a part of it. And some people take that to a very high degree, and sometimes they kiss the bench just so ever so slightly.
Yeah, they spread their legs so wide.
Yes.
You're like, is that your glute? That's your
Yeah.
hamstring.
And they have a non-existent range of motion. But hey, as long as they are lifting within the rules, you have to call it.
Well, and then people go, oh, that's cheating. That's not a real bench. Okay, you bend your spine in half.
Yeah. And bench 500 pounds.
And not die.
Right.
Yeah. So just because it's a range of motion that you're not physically capable of doing
Oh.
doesn't mean that somebody else is cheating.
I believe that was Ted Stewart missed that opener. Could have been an execution thing. Typically, you don't see too many missed openers, assuming.
I think he just
yeah.
didn't get it off his chest. Yeah.
Yeah. Typically, when something like that happens, it's not uncommon to see them retake. The conventional wisdom is to retake that attempt.
Especially with a bench opener. Bench can be so finicky sometimes.
Oh, yeah. Especially if it's not your best lift. It's so easy to kind of get in your own head, speaking for myself, of course. But here comes Newton Cheng, 110 kilo, second attempt for Newton. Having a good day so far.
And also with the bench press, you will tend to notice more missed lifts on bench than, say, squat, just because
Great
these jumps
attempt by
are a
Newton.
higher percentage,
right.
especially with some
Good
of
lift.
the super young lifters, super older lifters, some of the lighter ones. Whereas this 2.5 kilo jump, it's 5.5 pounds. That's the smallest jump you can take. So you're torn between, well, do I take a jump that's smaller than I wanted or that's bigger than I wanted? It's harder to find that sweet spot
It's true. That's
when
true.
it's such a high percentage.
Here comes
of the
Lee
lift.
Rogers.
Especially for those of us that 2.5 kilos is a significant percentage of our bench.
Can I take No. Lee Rogers, bench press, second attempt, 117.5 keys for Lee.
That is why youth lifters can take 1 kilo jumps on their bench.
That's right.
I think they should let all of us take 1 kilo
Yeah.
jumps.
It's only fair. It was Lee Rogers. Good execution there. Solid second attempt there for Lee Rogers. 2-1. Good lift.
So other things that you can see at your neighborhood Globo gym but aren't allowed here, bouncing off your chest or that heaving.
That's right.
So if you sink the bar into your chest, it's fine on the way down, but once you get the press command, it has to go up. You're not allowed to sink it further and kind of heave it up.
It has to be motionless.
Yeah.
That's right.
So a lot of these lifters may have kind of your bro bench can be a little heavier than what they're doing here. But it just makes these lifts all the more impressive.
That's what we call it touch and grow there, Rachel. Here comes Benjamin Rowe. Bench second attempt, 150 kilos, 330 pounds for Ben Rowe.
And all of these lifters, thumb has to be around the bar. In the squat, you noticed, or if you were paying attention, a lot of the lifters didn't have their thumb wrapped around the bar. But a suicide grip is called that for a reason on bench.
You're putting your life in your hands.
Literally.
Yeah. Ben Rowe, good fight. Second attempt. Let's see what they say. 3 white lights.
You'll see the spotters, or I guess they're loading now, so the loaders, adjusting those safeties down in front. So those are designed, with raw lifting, they don't matter quite so much, because if you miss a raw bench, it just sort of doesn't go anywhere. But when you have a bench shirt that I think would be this next flight of lifters, these are all raw lifters, things can happen a little faster.
Certainly.
If they get out of the groove, it can pop up toward their face. So those safeties are designed they're lower than your chest. So when you lower the bar, they don't hit the safeties. But if something does happen, it won't land on your throat.
Comes
So
Charga Hagen.
those safeties are set at an individual height,
Great
lower than the
bench
chest,
right
but
there
higher
for
than the
Char.
throat.
152 kilos. Good lift. Moving along well here. Bench second attempts on platform 2.
platform 1, if you have this sort of on in the background while you're doing other things, that clock should be winding down here pretty soon.
This is Matthew Swanson.
Starting to see some referees trickle out the back.
Matthew Swanson, bench second attempt, 155 kilos. Good lift. Matthew Swanson. Good lift there for Matthew Swanson. Next up, big Rob Ward, 180 kilo bench press. For Rob Ward, bench second attempt, 396 pounds for Rob Ward. Let's see what the judges say on this one. And 2-1. Good lift. 2 white lights. Great lift there by Rob Ward. Solid work. Solid second attempt. And I know sometimes it's difficult, Rachel, whenever you see some of these lifts and there's a slight pause. It's as a referee, sometimes you're careful to see whether or not there was downward progress versus just a pause in the progress.
Yeah, and one side of the bar can go down or the other, so it doesn't have to be a smooth press up, but the whole of the bar can't go down.
That's correct. Here comes Aitor. Bench second attempt, 187.5 kilos. Smoke.
And when you get to these heavier bench pressers, following along home if you're a lifter or just like, man, my bench sucks, right? Which yours truly included. To watch what happens to their chest when they press up on the bar. We all have a tendency to, well, if you can't press the bar up, well, let me just flatten my chest. And so you think that you've pressed the bar up, but you haven't. You've just pushed your chest away from the bar. So
that's correct.
We'll call it chase the bar with your chest. So yes, you're pushing up with your hands, but push up with your chest at the same time. And a lot of these, the heavier benchers, technically they're all pretty proficient in squats because it's such a different, there's mobility involved, and you see a wide variety of techniques.
Certainly.
But in these bench pressers, it's really hard to have a really good competition bench and have really crappy technique. You see it every once in a while, but for the most part, these are pretty technically sound.
And here comes Sean Queller, max grip here on the bench press.
But his elbows are not straight. I'm surprised they're giving him that start command.
And no lift there for Sean on the opener.
You'll also notice some wider grips than is maybe typically seen in a gym. Does two things. One, it gets a few more muscle groups involved instead of just being your triceps. But it also decreases that vertical displacement of the bar. If your hands are right out in front of you, that's radius. If you've ever wondered, like, what am I going to use geometry for?
Welcome to powerlifting.
Yeah, welcome to powerlifting. You'll use physics and biology and
a little bit of everything.
And geometry. So
a whole lot of sports psychology.
The bar doesn't have to go as far if your hands are a little bit wider.
That's right.
But it can't go further than, you'll see the little ring on the bar.
You cannot exceed that legally.
Go outside of that.
That's correct. And here comes Newton Chang, bench third attempt, 114 kilos. We know what that means, folks. We're going for a record.
Yep. And
3 white lights, Newton Chang. Have a day.
Oh, and it looks like Benjamin Rowe passed on his third attempt. So we will only have 7 benchers left. All right, if you're platform 1, I'm seeing those lifters looking out, wondering where the referees are.
Oh, they got to drink too. They got to drink water and have bio breaks as well.
Yep.
Also, a big credit to our referees, all of our volunteers, all of our spotters and loaders, everyone involved. It's been such a huge production to be able to get everybody here. So, thank you to them. Here comes Lee Rogers, bench third attempt, 122.5 kilos, 270 pounds for Lee Rogers. Masters 1 lifter. bench third attempt.
So another little trick, you'll notice some of the lifters, they'll have chalk on their backs. You'll see that, or when they get up, you can see chalk left on
Good fight.
the
Oh.
platform. So when you're arched and getting a really strong leg drive, some of that chalk on your shirt can help you not slide up the bench a little bit.
Jennifer. Oh, and we're getting started on platform 1.
And you can see Jennifer there giving the liftoff person some instructions. So you don't need a liftoff. I tend to not get a liftoff. And a lot of lifters will like to do their first lift of their own just to get one in if you're not used to having a liftoff person.
I always say, Rachel, that doing a self liftoff is a nice thing because you eliminate the variable of potentially getting a bad handoff.
At least for your first one. Get one
Right.
in and then have fun.
Right. For me, it's just one of those things. It's a variable that you can control.
Especially with raw lifting. If you're in a bench shirt, that angle
That's necessary.
is
Yeah.
hard.
I was more referring to raw. My apologies. Char, bench third attempt, 157.5 kilos. Good lift. Good job, Char. Having a good day.
Oh, this is a
Interesting entrance.
entrance. So you'll see this every once in a while. Lifters are really be able to get a nice, strong arch. Some of this is quite personal. There's not one best way
Oh, yeah.
to address the bar.
Here comes Matthew Swanson. Bench third attempt, 160 kilos for Matthew. Good fight. Good fight right there by Matthew. Let's see what the judges
slow
say.
Down. It can stop, but it can't go
Good
down.
lift.
Good lift.
Great fight by Matthew there.
So lifting order will likely be similar to how it was in squats, but each round is sorted in ascending order. So just because your lifter maybe was at the beginning for squats or at the end of squats doesn't necessarily mean that's where they are for bench. So kind of pay attention to the order here to get an idea of if
Rob
you're gonna
Ward.
run to go do something real quick between your lifters. So we have Amy, Francesca, and Lynette up on platform 1.
Rob Ward shot out of a cannon just now. 185 kilos, 407 pounds on the bar. Bench third attempt for Rob.
See, he has a narrower grip for a big guy.
Smoke. Let's see it, Rob. 3 white lights for Rob Ward. Big bench press there.
Switching to the red plates now for Francesca. So far, we're perfect on platform 1 for bench.
Knock on wood.
And you also notice where all that chalk is, it's right where their shoulders are, but not where their glutes are. When I first started competing, I had a more advanced person tell me to not put chalk on my butt because I didn't want my butt to slide.
I always
And
found
they-
that funny.
But they said, but the white, yeah, it could work, but the white, the contrast, gives the referees something to look at. So if they can see the chalk, it means you lifted your butt.
Exactly.
So
Again,
you want a black
Rachel
singlet
is
on a black
giving out
bench.
free advice here, folks. Write this stuff down.
So a black singlet on a black bench.
You do the math. Aitor here taking huge bench, 195 kilos.
Don't tell anyone we told you.
Third attempt for Aitor. Look at that. Massive bench press there. 3 white lights for Aitor.
You guys
Good
are
lift.
already on flight B. Notice no extra break between flight A and flight B.
That's correct. We roll right into it out here at the Arnold. At all times when it's USAPL, super efficient. Always some great spotters and loaders.
If you do want to follow along, you can head to liftingcast.com and then click on We Are Day 1, the Masters of Iron. But since we do have some downtime between whatever lifter you're following, especially while they're loading the bar, if you go to Lifting Cast, up in the upper left-hand corner, there's 3 horizontal lines. You can play with the view. You can see kind of records and organized by age group and weight class or in lifting order. So I like to watch that board view so I can tell who's coming up next.
Good lift by Lynette. 3 white lights.
And weight stays the same, so we'll just...
Love to see
Looks
that.
like they need to tighten that left side. That
Love to see that.
25 kilo plate's wiggling a little bit.
So now we get started on our next flight On platform 2, Ted Stewart, 115 kilos for Ted, bench opener. That was quick work there, Ted. Let's see it, 115 kilos for Ted. 2 to 1. 2 white lights. Again, no free ads.
Trish up on platform 1, followed by Stephanie, Leah, and Becky.
Here comes Ted Longo on platform 2. Bench first attempt, 122.5 kilos, 270 pounds for Ted.
So these bench press racks, you'll notice they have these foot stands, how they're giving a lift off. That allows you to spot someone, even if they bench a whole lot of weight, it turns it into a deadlift for you.
That's right. That's right. So if any of us have to spot, say, the likes of Ator, then you'll actually have to put on your belt to deadlift the bar up.
Yeah, it turns it into a little rack pull for us. And you're like, how are you benching this?
I need to warm up before I spot you. And that was 2 red lights, so that was no lift on that previous.
Yeah, no lift for Trish. This is 85 kilos. Stephanie's perfect on the day so far. We'll see if she can keep it up.
Oh, yeah. Let's keep it going here, Stephanie. Having a good day.
It's interesting with some of these lifters and talking with them. For a lot of them, this is their first kind of in-person large meet in a long time. So you have the physical component of training and then traveling.
And then the anxiety.
and then the anxiety of like, there's 100,000 people, what?
It's crazy. It's crazy to think that because obviously, even again, just 2 years ago, not having any sort of audience here to be able to spectate, it does make a huge difference. So we're very fortunate to Columbus and the Arnold Sports Festival on allowing all of our audience to actually sit in here in CPOD and take in some great lifting.
Yeah, and even little things like if you used to train with a big team and then you went into your own garage for a year and a half. Like, I'm not used to having a spotter. Like,
I know. There's too many people around now. Great lift there by Leah Lutz, Team Barbell Medicine. Shout out to Barbell Medicine. Charlie Dixon of Barbell Medicine, my own coach.
yeah, there's quite a few teams represented.
Yeah. The sport is doing well. A lot of great coaches, a lot of great athletes.
Yeah, there's not really one team that walks away with everything.
No, yeah, we don't really have like a New England Patriots of powerlifting. Really, it's very well spread around. It's nice. There's a lot of diversity in that.
It shows that you can be successful with a wide variety of coaching.
That's right.
And that it's more of not good coach or bad coach. It's finding the right fit for you.
Exactly.
A lot of these really strong lifters, some are online, some are in person, some are hybrid, and some have multiple coaches, just any sort of
Jerry
variety
Peterson.
of situation.
Jerry Peterson lands that bench opener, 157.5 kilos for Jerry. Very quick.
And Leah and Becky both made their lifts, so we're jumping to 105. It's 231 pounds for Joa Ayanada.
And here we go. Daniel Elmore, platform 2. Bench opener, 165 kilos for Daniel. Quick
Pretty
work.
Smooth lift over on platform 1.
Wow, you blink, you missed it. Comes Daniel Elmore.
And we are back to the top of the order. Lifting order, it can shift a little bit. So say if one lifter maybe if two lifters started at the same weight, but one of them missed it and the other one made it and made a bigger jump, then those orders might flip-flop just a little bit.
Just a little bit, usually. There it is, Daniel Elmore.
Lifting order
3
on
white lights.
platform 1 will be Jennifer, Amy Mason, Amy Hutchison, and Francesca.
Good lift for Daniel Elmore.
This is Jennifer Sauter, platform 1. They have that collar really extended over on platform 1. Surprised it's still connected.
I noticed that too. I wasn't going to say anything.
My color commentary. You get what you get.
You get what you get. We got some of the best here. Platform 2, William Kahapia, bench opener, 167.5 kilos for William.
Now you will notice some of these lifters, or a lot of these lifters, are benching in the same shoes that they squatted in with the elevated heel.
Right.
It allows them to get their feet back further.
While still staying within comp spec.
Yeah, while
Yep.
still keeping their feet flat on the ground, so
Oh.
they'll get more of a leg drive.
That was a tough one. I'm curious if it might get downward progress.
It's definitely some downward.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what the call is. Could be a blue card. Could also be.
Definitely seemed like
Yeah. Looks like it. Looks like it. We'll see him take a ride on another one next.
Yeah, so a good bench press is a full body movement. I actually feel really heavy benches in my erectors in my back.
Oh, yeah. Amy, quick work. Quick work for Amy. Platform 1. And if you had to guess, Rachel, which of the 3 lifts would you think takes the longest when it comes to changing things out, executing the lift? In my opinion, it usually feels like squat.
For like in a competition setting?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's squat.
Squat feels like the longest part of the day, typically. Deadlift it just flies.
There's nothing really to adjust.
Yeah. Amy Hutchison. Oh.
And I feel like benches actually go a little faster for women even than men. That
Oh,
there's
yeah.
less variability in those safety rack heights.
That's true. Here comes Robert Mulliner. Bench opener, 170 kilos on platform 2. 375 pounds for Robert.
Watch how he pulls it to his chest, and then as he presses up, his chest will continue to go up to chase the bar.
Stop progress, but it didn't look
I
like it
don't
went
think it
down.
went down.
I think that was good. We'll see it. 3 white lights for Robert. Great execution there.
Order is Francesca, Trish, Lynette, Stephanie.
Yeah, there's a lot of nuance. There's a lot of technique that's involved with the shirted bench. So a huge credit to these athletes. And this helps to be sitting along here with you, Rachel, as well, because I'll be calling another portion with one of our other lifters who's equipped tomorrow. So pardon the pun, but I feel more equipped now to be able to speak on it. All right, Francesca. Great lift there. 3 white lights for Francesca. And now here comes another one of our big boys here. Baron Henderson, 180 kilos on bench opener.
And Trish missed her opening bench. We really want her to make her second. That can really mess with your head to go into the bench after missing the first 2.
Wow, if you blink, folks, you missed it. Baron Henderson.
I did glance away. I totally missed his.
Baron Henderson, 3 white lights.
You'll notice with the foot blocks that you'll see, so lifters up to 30 centimeters, which is about a foot. If you have tight hip flexors or maybe a fused disc in your back that make reaching your feet down to reach the floor difficult, you can raise the floor up. Your feet still have to be flat, but you can raise the floor up for those bench blocks if you need it.
And so certainly enough, I know we were talking about this earlier, Rachel, was with Alan
lift
with
for
the
Trish.
sleeveless shirt. Obviously, competing equipped, he is wearing a bench shirt properly. The question, I guess, now is going to be, what is he going to be wearing for deadlift? I guess we'll see when the time comes. Bench opener, 182.5 kilos for Allen. Oh.
See with these bench shirts how it flies off the chest?
Yep, and then there's a sticking point.
And it's that sticking point when it transfers
I would
back
take
from
it,
the
yeah.
shirt to under your own weight. So you can actually see a very distinct point in time where that shirt stopped helping and
Of
it went back
course,
to
and it just becomes, and it's all you from there. It's all you.
So we have Lynette Bogdan coming up on platform 1. We have Lynette, Stephanie, Leah, and Becky.
And here we got big Gary Pamplin coming on platform 2.
Such a good view of the spotters here. Again, learning things. Interlock your fingers, so that way if someone does drop the bar, you are underneath it. If your fingers are just cupped but not interlocked, a heavy bench can just go right through your fingertips. But if you interlock your fingers, it will prevent the bar from hitting the lifter's face.
Actually, pretty sure I just see Jen Thompson refereeing currently. She does it all here, folks. Gary Pamplin, bench opener, 195 kilos, 429 pounds for Gary. Let's see it, Gary.
Looks like they were doing a ref practical earlier, too.
Could be. Could be. I mean, who better to watch your bench press than Jen Thompson? Literally.
No pressure.
No pressure, but it's just Jen Thompson. Legend of the game.
And if you don't know who she is, Google her.
Yeah. Google her.
Because you should know who she is.
If you're watching this, odds are you probably do.
She had a really cool iguana. Have you seen her iguana?
I have not.
Yeah, it was like 4 feet long.
I'll have to ask. Here comes Stephanie, bench second attempt, and then on our platform 2, we got Bill McCarthy of Get the Lift, bench opener, 225 kilos for Bill. Smoke for Bill McCarthy. Get the lift.
This is Stephanie Kutsifas.
Waiting for the
with
call.
Hartman Performance.
Waiting for the call.
It's like easy bench. 198 pounds, just like that.
Anything for Bill McCarthy?
Bueller.
Pardon me for the delay, everybody. Just waiting to see things. Could be a
No, we have Sophie Vieras
Could be a
in the
technical
front
issue.
row there. Let's see if we can people watch in the crowd.
Well, we got Jason Johnson coming up, but we still don't have anything updated on Bill McCarthy's lift. Apologies on that. Could just be a technical issue on our end. But now we got Jason Johnson taking 240 for a ride on his opener. Bench opener, 240 kilos for Jason.
Should be Leah Lutz.
Fast bench there for Jason Johnson. So, yeah, and Bill, just to correct Bill
Delayed
McCarthy.
call for Leah over on platform 1, too. I wonder if things are just a little bit delayed. So
Yeah.
it looked like a good lift, and they are loading it for Becky.
So Bill McCarthy got that one, and now we're waiting to just confirm the call on Jason. I do believe it was a good lift.
Yeah,
Don't want to speak out of turn here. Just waiting on the the lifting cast call. And yes, 3 white lights for Jason Johnson.
oh, I just saw how they have the logos on the platform. I just noticed that.
Yeah, and actually that's something we should call out there. Rachel was, if I'm not mistaken, for Raw Nationals, we had a slightly different carpeting. And I know some lifters had some issues with that, especially those that really kind of depend on that leg drive. They found themselves sliding a lot. So it's really good that we kind of went back to the classic kind of low pile carpeting.
Oh, yeah, especially for sumo lifters.
Certainly, yes,
Good
absolutely.
way to break a toe.
Yes, it is. It is.
So she sinks it a little bit, but she's allowed because she sinks it on the way down, and then she comes to a complete stop. She's not waiting to get that press command and then shoving it into her chest and bouncing it back up.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And here we go. We're right back to the top with Ted Stewart, 120-kilo bench press second attempt, 265 pounds for Ted Stewart.
This is 110 kilos, 242 pounds.
Seems speedy off the chest. Let's see it. 3 white lights there for Ted. Lift is good for Ted. Seemed to be that, I don't want to speak out of turn there, Rachel, but I assume that we probably had just like a little bit of a technical hiccup on platform 2 that we probably just fixed, because it seems like we're moving along fine now with the lights.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a delay over on 1, but not too bad. Some of the referees were kind of glancing over at the scoring table. You could tell it.
In a case like that, Rachel, I don't know what you do, but I typically look at the scoring table and I just give them a thumbs up, and I make sure that all of our other referees give them a thumbs up that it's a good lift, because I don't want the lifter to be just kind of confused and looking around too much.
Yeah, I think you don't want any referees to see what the other referees are doing before you give yours. So I think the technical thing you're supposed to do is say your flags.
Right.
All at the same time. But she needs to flip that weight around.
Ted Longo. No lift on platform 2.
But on a lift that's clearly a successful lift, it's maybe not quite as formal.
Yeah, no, and I'm more referring to kind of, especially now with the advent of technology at these meets, and typically how you're using, whether it be tablets or you use buttons or something like that. Sometimes it doesn't always work. So yes, it is important you use those flags or those little cards that you have to be able to hold that up and show it to the scoring table, so that at least they can move things along should the technology fail.
Yes, I have a love-hate relationship with technology. So we always have the paper backups.
I think we all do. I think we all do.
We were at the World Championships for weightlifting a few years back. There was a total power outage, and they just kept lifting in the dark. So
you can't make this stuff up, folks. Only Rachel could tell these kinds of stories.
Some of the joys of lifting internationally.
Jerry Peterson, bench second attempt, 167.5 kilos for Jerry.
It's a good lift for Jennifer over on platform
good
1.
Save there by the spotters.
That just goes to those equipped bench shirts. It goes from a good lift to a bad lift really quick.
I mean, that bar floated way back too fast towards his face, so a huge credit to the spotters and loaders to be able to catch that one and save Jerry there.
Yeah, I don't really like spotting equipped bench, to be honest with you.
I don't like spotting, period. That's why I became a referee.
Yes, anyone out there interested in helping out at meets, but you go, man, the spotting loading's a lot of work. It is a lot of work.
Yeah. The refereeing.
Go become a referee.
Go become a referee. You just need to study.
And then in 2 years, you can become a national referee.
That's
because
right.
we need a lot more of those.
We need a lot of those.
Because our national meets powerlifting is growing. And a lot of states.
So fast.
And a lot of states are hitting these milestones that they've never hit before. Like in Colorado, we just hit 500 lifters for the first time.
That's awesome. Shout out Colorado.
But we need the referees to follow suit.
That's right. William Kahapia, bench second attempt, 170 kilos for William.
There's no lift for Amy over on 1.
Missed his opener. Let's see how things go here.
So we'll have Amy, Francesca, Lynette, and
no
Trish.
lift.
So far, all of our lifters are on the board for bench press. Every single one of them made their second attempt bench.
So, interestingly enough, for William there, he actually missed his opener and his second attempt. So, you know what that means, Rachel?
He's got to make his third.
Got to make that third to stay in the meet. He's been, by the looks of it, what we would call flying close to the sun.
Yeah, he had struggled on his squats, too.
Having a rough day, but it's okay. You know, you can still save this day, still at least hit one squat or hit one bench and one deadlift, and
you only have to make 3 lifts.
That's right.
Just one of each.
That's the beauty of this sport. Daniel Elmore, bench second attempt, 175 kilos, 385 pounds. We're getting into some big weights over here on platform 2.
Very wide grip for Amy. So she is credited with just 2.5 kilos
long
less
way
on
to
her
travel
second.
there for Daniel.
And Francesca and Lynette, the next lifter, are perfect on the day so far. We'll see if they
3
can
white lights for Daniel.
keep that going.
moving along real well here, Rachel. Everybody seems to be executing real well. I mean, obviously, we do have William who's trying to kind of battle back, but beyond that, we've actually had a very high quality meet so far.
Yeah, especially among these women, not a lot of missed lifts.
No, not at all. And here comes Robert Mullner on platform 2.
So
Bench second attempt, 180
Francesca
kilos.
really pulling her shoulder blades down and back, pushing her shoulders into the bench.
Securing that scapula.
She really pulls her chest to the bar nicely.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
No, not
Yeah,
quite
catch
there.
that. Thank you for the spotters there.
But she has
Robert
80
Mullner.
kilos on her second.
Robert Mullner, let's see it. Good touch. Good progress to the bar. Let's see it.
I'm digging the socks on that orange spotter.
3 white lights for Robert. Good lift, 180 kilos on that second attempt.
We are flirting with 200 pounds now, 198 for Lynette and Trish.
Oh, it's getting big out here, folks. It's getting big.
Yeah, I think most of these lifters are getting a lift off now. She has her
So
wrist
here we
wraps
go.
really high. up
Alan
on her hip.
Crockover, bench second attempt.
Looked good from here. Referees say
Alan.
good lift.
You got to take that one, yeah. So Alan also in the same boat as William here, trying to save the meet here, flying a little bit too close to the sun, so to speak. Trying to save his total and be able to send it just like Rachel says. We only need technically 3 good lifts. So not exactly where you want to be when it comes to game day, but nonetheless, all you need is 3 lifts. And here comes big Gary Pamplin.
All right, we have 90 kilos for Trish Foote. So she missed her opener at 82.5, made it, and then jumped 7.5 kilos. Makes me wonder if she jumped to the third attempt that she'd want to take anyway, even if she had made her opener. Nope.
And Gary Pamplin here, bench second attempt.
So she has 82.5 on her second. We'll jump over 200.
Wow.
Ladies.
Smoke for Gary Pamplin, 205 kilos, 452 pounds.
We are down to our final 4 benches for Flight A. We have Stephanie, Leah, Becky, and Joa. Again, if you want to follow along, go to liftingcast.com. Find Day 1 Masters of Iron. Should be the second tab on the page, I believe. And then you can click on those 3 horizontal lines in the upper left and click on platform 1 or 2, the board view. That's always my favorite. I wish there was a
I got to tell you, Rachel,
shortcut button for
so
that.
far, this guy, Baron Henderson, has been probably one of my favorite lifters to watch today. Super hype, has a lot of great energy, super strong. Love to see this kind of stuff. 205 kilos, bench second attempt for Baron. Big bench here, folks.
Using those bench blocks, take some pressure off his hips, it looks like. Oh, super strong bench over on platform 1.
Wow.
He's still warming up.
Folks, if you couldn't tell by our audible gasp here,
He took a 55-pound jump.
yeah, you can't make
between his
this. You
openers.
can't make this stuff up. Baron Henderson,
It almost makes me wonder, did he take his opener raw?
I'm not sure.
That's a huge 25
I
kilos is a
won't. I
huge
won't question anything after seeing him squat. So, have a day, Baron Henderson. You just gained some
he
new
made his
fans.
opening squat, missed his second, and then passed on his third. Like he didn't come to play.
I love this. I love this. I love this stuff.
Makes me wonder if he just
Yeah, here
scratched
it
on his third
comes.
squat to save it for
Wild Bill McCarthy, get the lift. King of the List podcast.
92.5 for Leah. Very efficient lifts. Notice that there's not a lot of wiggle room. There's not, once you unrack it, it's not this side to side. Everything's a very deliberate move. It's a pull to your chest and push off your chest. Nothing passive
Let's see it here, Bill.
about this lowering to their chest.
Speed. Bill McCarthy, 232 kilos.
Bars
3 white lights.
loaded for Becky Enright, platform 1. order will be Becky Joa, Leslie Macco, and Stacy Metcalf. So right into Flight B. Or if you're following along on Lifting Cast, it's Flight D, just because they carried over those letters from the morning session.
That's right. That's right. And then I do believe, yes, we are at the tail end of our second attempts on Platform 2. This is a massive bench here, folks. 255 kilos on Platform 2. That means 562-pound bench press. This is a big deadlift. 562 pounds on the bench press, folks, for Jason Johnson.
So if they don't have the kilos up there on the board for you, a little hack, you can double it and then add 10%. So 255 times 2 is 510. Move your decimal point over. 510 plus 51 is 561.
Yeah, you lost me there, Rachel. I'm a liberal arts major. So for me,
back in my day, we had cell phones to convert this stuff for us, and because we're strength athletes, so we're too lazy to get up to walk across the room to look at the conversion chart.
We're just all kilos now.
Yeah.
Jason Johnson.
They converted
3 white lights. Good job, Jason. Great lift. Second attempt. I do wonder about those days, Rachel, where pre having cell phones around and everything, where we didn't have the available technology.
I can tell you about those things.
Yeah. Oh, well, how about it? Yeah, I mean, like, that's powerlifting was a different place, I assume. Coached by Susie Hartwig-Gehrig here, by the way.
Good lift.
Yeah, one of the legends of our game, too. Susie Hartwig-Gehrig. One of the great game day coaches and lifters in her own right. Very excited to see some of the big names in powerlifting here at the Friday Masters of Iron session here at the Arnold Sports Festival.
And what lifting is tomorrow?
Tomorrow is the Pro Raw and the Pro... Well, actually, it's the amateur equipped, believe it or not.
Okay.
So they're combining the Pro Raw and the amateur equipped for that session. So we're going to have quite a bit going on. It's going to start same thing around 11. We're going to be going all the way, I believe, till about 5-ish. So, yeah, come along and join us for that one as well. Good lift there for, I believe it was Ted Stewart. Yes, 122.5 kilo.
All right, they have 30 kilos now for Leslie Macco. This is where you'll see more than likely 2.5 kilo jumps on a 30 kilo bench. 2.5 kilos is just about 9%. That's a massive percentage increase.
Oh, yeah.
So if anyone of the powers that be are watching, we need 1 kilo increases for bench press.
Well, he's here. No, all right. Ted Longo, bench third attempt, 130 kilos, 286 pounds here.
That's a hill I will die on every day of the week.
Yeah. Larry, we're going to talk to you after this now. All right. Ted Longo, bench third attempt. Let's finish strong here.
Looks like his head might have bounced a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. A lot of movement there. And I know that's not uncommon, Rachel, especially going for that third. There's a lot of hype going on. You're very, very excited. But in some ways, that actually kind of works against you in that all that hype kind of throws technique out the window.
And it's really hard to keep your chest up and your head up at the same time.
Yeah.
Try to do that. It's not the most comfortable. So when people do raise their head, a lot of times you'll see their chest cave.
Yeah.
And then their shoulder blades come up, and
it's a whole system.
Mess.
Yeah. One thing falls, it's a domino effect.
So you got to be perfect. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you wouldn't be at the Arnold if you didn't. You don't get here by accident.
Very efficient. Not a lot of wasted movement at all on that bench press.
Not at all.
That's pretty close to textbook as you can get.
Certainly. Here comes Jerry Peterson. Bench third attempt, 167.5 kilos.
Look how nice and round his beard is.
When I said that it's
even
perfect.
Even the view from this angle.
Yeah, it's just majestic. Certainly. Jerry Peterson.
All right, we have Mike Rosenwald.
Good fight. Let's see what the judges say. All right. 3 white lights for Jerry. Congratulations, Jerry. Have a day. Congrats on that beard as well.
And there are no differences in the bar, the weights, anything for male or female powerlifters. So it really makes it easy to seamlessly incorporate really, if you're a lifter, come on down.
Absolutely. And this is a big one that we were watching for here, Rachel, on platform 2.
We have Mike Rosenwald. Sometimes you'll see some older lifters have a narrower grip.
And conventional as opposed to sumo, things like that.
Just depending on mobility issues. And those of us who've lived life,
That's
have
right.
injuries and tweaks from that life.
That's right. That's right. Now let's see here. William in danger here.
His tongue's sticking out.
So we're hoping that William lands this one. Let's see it, William.
Yeah, right at that transition between the shirt and his.
Yeah. So unfortunately, that is our second bomb of the day.
We're doing a lot of block presses.
Yeah. So William will not be able to post his total, but again, there's no shame in it. You should at least, like we said, you traveled all this way. There's nothing wrong with at least finishing the meet and setting those numbers for yourself, because you peaked for this, you trained for this. You might as well finish out the meet.
And either we succeed or we learn.
That's right.
And it's sometimes interesting to see how lifters respond after they bomb out.
Yeah.
Is sometimes they'll end up PRing their bench or their deadlift, right?
Yeah.
It's
just out of anger.
they take that.
Yeah. Daniel Elmore
so
here.
you can still salvage it.
That's right. Absolutely.
And then you go back and you just treat it as a data mining mission, right? Like, okay, well, that didn't work. Try something else. And
That's right.
try to take that emotion out of it. Much easier said from this side
Yes.
than done. I
Yeah.
broke my finger the one time I bombed out.
Wow.
I got mad and punched a locker. So much easier said than done.
Yeah, I would be right there with you. Daniel Elmore.
I don't advocate that.
Daniel Elmore. Good fight there, Daniel Elmore.
Looks like a good lift, referees say. Good
3
lift.
white lights for Daniel.
3 for
Great
Daniel.
execution. Great fight. 180 kilos for Daniel.
Daniel's a good example that he only made his first squat but missed squat 2 and 3, and he could have let that really get him down and say, I'm so frustrated. But instead he came back and went perfect on his bench.
No, that was a great example of
Super
resiliency
wide
right
grip.
there. Now here's another one here, Rachel. Alan Crockover, we were talking
Good
about.
lift for Heather.
He is in danger of bombing out here on this one. And again, we don't want any of our lifters to bomb out, so we're pulling for Alan here.
Who knows? It could just be how they set a shirt. So hopefully they've
Fixed it.
tightened that shirt. And
Let's see it, Alan. Ugh.
a lot of board presses.
Yeah. It's tough, but again, no shame in this. Just like Rachel said, you can absolutely still finish the meet, and you can still at least go for the progress nonetheless. I mean, consider this an SBD day of sorts.
Yeah. And just know, if you ever are in a position to bomb out, nobody in the audience is paying attention. They're happy if you're happy.
Yeah.
So you don't have to be embarrassed or.
Yeah, not a big deal. Good bench there.
Yeah, well, you don't want to make a habit of bombing out. If it happens, it's truly not the end of the world.
Yes, yeah, but yes, like my colleague Rachel said here, you definitely don't want it to be a habit. Let's just call it that. Robert Molnar, platform 2, bench third attempt, 187.5 keys for Robert.
All right, we have Amy Pancake. She is 54 years old.
Man, such a cool name. Let's see it, Alan. Let's see it.
Her last name
Good
is
touch.
more interesting than mine. I feel like of the political season of the last 6 years, everyone learned what my last name meant.
Beautiful here, Robert. I wouldn't doubt that there, Rich. And there we go. 3 white lights for Robert. Good lift for him.
97.5 kilos. Just telling the handoff person how she wants it.
That's right.
Because you are not allowed to have your own liftoff person.
That's right.
Insurance and liability, all that jazz.
All that fun stuff. All the fine print. And here we go. Moving on to Big Gary Pamplin on platform 2. Bench third attempt, 215 kilos for Gary.
Shoulder blades are super down and back. You can tell she is stacked. Slow down to her chest.
Gary with some of the best boots in the game.
Whoa. Good job for those spotters again. Huh? You get out of position on that shirt and it just flies back towards your face.
Oh, yeah. Gary Pamplin.
His feet are under him, perfect. See, his shins
Just
are actually
beautiful
perpendicular to the
execution
floor.
by Gary. 3 white lights. Beautiful execution.
We are up over 2 plates. If you were in a gym, it's 231 pounds.
That's right. And this is, again, folks, this is our Masters female lifters. So imagine seeing someone like your mother or your grandmother bench pressing over 2 plates. That's what's going on here. This is incredible stuff. And here comes my boy, Baron Henderson. Bench third attempt, 220 kilos for Baron.
It's like this is Kaylani's first year as a master. It's always exciting when you can age up.
Oh, yeah.
Be the oldest in your age group again.
Yes, sir, Baron. Let's
be
see
the
what the
youngest in your
referees
age
say. 3 white lights for Baron. Have a day.
Oh, she has a super rigid wrist straps too. I've tried those. I can't wear those.
Those are the Titans, are they not? They look like, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong.
What
I
are those,
believe they are.
Harbinger, maybe? I have a pair at home.
I don't know. Yeah, those. I know the ones you're talking.
Super
those are,
duper
those are,
stiff.
yeah, those are unbelievably stiff.
You either love them or you hate
Yeah,
them.
yeah.
I guess I have the Harbinger ones. Those are the tight ones.
I go sans wraps now.
I got to try a bunch of stuff. Lifting Large was nice enough to sponsor me a few years back.
Oh, cool.
And I got to try a whole bunch of stuff. So it was super fun. If you're in a position to be able to try a bunch of different equipment, people are, I hate wrist straps. All right, well, maybe you hate those wrist straps.
Yeah, maybe you just didn't find the ones you like.
Yeah, maybe you truly don't want any wrist. So if you look at Michael Nichols here, his are super flexible. You can't see him because the spotter's now standing. But there's some Ace Bandage ones. There's the whole range.
Yeah, there's a whole gamut of it. Here we go. Jason Johnson, bench third attempt.
To really use yourself, give yourself permission to use yourself as a guinea pig to try some of this stuff. I think there was some downward movement.
I think there was
on
some
that one.
downward movement there, but we'll see what the referees say. Yes, and 2 white lights. Good lift there for Jason.
He has a great leg drive off his chest. And I don't think he could get his right elbow straight. We'll see what the referees say.
And now we have, I believe, our last bench press on platform 2, Rachel, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it doesn't scroll down any more than that. 272.5
Wow.
kilos.
Rachel, we are looking at a 600-pound bench press here. 272.5 kilos, 600-pound bench press. Ladies and gentlemen, for Bill McCarthy, get the lift. Bill McCarthy working to get the lift here, folks. The crowd is getting behind him. This is a massive bench press here.
So watch his leg drive from this. He'll really show. You can't bench 600 pounds without using your legs, even from this angle. That you can see his legs are shaking.
Still a great day by Bill McCarthy. That's a ton of weight there. Valiant effort there. Get the lift.
But he had a huge jump even on his. He went up 40 kilos, 88 pounds from his second to his
I mean,
third.
that usually just tells you that he probably already locked up what he needed to lock up. And
Because he went 7 kilos from his
yeah.
first to his second, and then 40 kilos. Was that a typo?
yeah. No, not at all. And the thing is, I think you mentioned it earlier, kind of when you lock up a number that you were already looking for, say for a qualifier, say for potentially a podium spot or something like that.
I wonder if he did an interim like in the warm-up room, because that seems like
could.
a huge jump to like not have taken one in the warm-up.
And the thing is, for a guy like Bill McCarthy, who's a noted game day handler, he doesn't take chances. He doesn't do things that aren't there, especially even for someone like himself working with an Aaron Comessi. Those things, we already know that there was a reason that was taken, and that was a calculated risk kind of thing. So, obviously that should reflect that.
Yeah.
So now we are completed with bench press on platform 2.
We are just finishing up first benches of this flight. We have Laura and Andrea, and we'll go into flight round 2.
That's right.
Right at that transition from the shirt back to her triceps. It's perfect example how using a bench shirt can overload, and it would transfer to your raw bench if you're benching in a shirt, because it's still all the tricep for lockout. And then you have to pull it to your chest. It's a very active process to lift in a bench shirt. Though you definitely need a partner to help get it on and get it off. So we have 137.5 kilo bench opener for Andrea. She bombed her squats. We're going to watch her come back and make these, because she did lock out her third squat. Just got called for depth. So she's going to make this 137.5 bench. Some chit chat going on. So platform 2 will not start its 10-minute clock until the bar is loaded and ready for deadlifts. So I need to get that whole rig off the platform. And clock should be running on Andrea, wondering where she's at. If you want to follow along on LiftingCast, it's liftingcast.com. You can actually see a variety of upcoming USA powerlifting competitions. And once you click on it, we are the Masters of Iron Pro. You click on the horizontal bars in the upper left-hand corner. You can click on Board View, B-O-A-R-D, and it will tell you lifting order. Green means it's a good lift. Red means it's a no lift. And every once in a while, you'll see a 0 in one of the boxes. It just means the lifter passed on that lift. Maybe they thought they've hit as much as they could for the day, and there's no point in maybe risking injury to take another lift. So it looks like Andrea timed out on her bench. She didn't come out to take the lift at all. Sometimes lifters will do that instead of just totally scratching and withdrawing for the meet, just to allow their fellow lifters that extra time that they were planning in their warm-up or recovery. But we've taken the bar down to 40 kilos now for Leslie Macco. Again, another prolific volunteer for USA Powerlifting. It's always nice to see the volunteers be able to step away and compete themselves. She's over 70 years old in the M4 weight age group. Very efficient movement. That was a very quick press command. Good lift. She's perfect on the day so far. Let's get 45 kilos on the bar for Stacy Metcalf. Now, she did take a 10-kilo jump between her first and her second. Wondering if she did her first raw. It's not uncommon in equipped bench for the first lift to be done raw without the bench shirt, just to get one in. If you set your shirt wrong, or if it's not quite put on the right way, it can be really hard to fight the shirt, and you don't want to bomb out. You definitely want to get on the board. So it's not super uncommon to see that first lift to be done raw, and then they run to the back and get their bench shirt on.
It'd be so funny to see as well. I think just when you finally see somebody like, oh man, they're putting on their shirt for their second attempt, and then the struggle to put on the bench shirt and everything, like in between attempts. I can only imagine what that looks like in the warm-up area.
And if it's a longer flight, then it's okay. But if you have like 6 people in your flight, like, you might need to get that in.
It's a big risk.
Yeah. Remember Benika Brown telling the story? So she's a 10-time world champion, 11 if you count bench only.
But name dropping over here, Rach.
She said she comes out. She's lives in. Where did she come out from? Omaha, and she announces our competitions. And she'd said at World Championships there was from start to finish. It was like 2.5 hours for an equipped lifter. She goes, I was dying. Like, I don't even know how that's physically possible to get your suit on, get your squat suit on, get it off, wrap your knees, and then get the bench shirt on and off. And you're like, I don't even know how that's possible, but 2.5 hours.
That's insane. Mike Rosenwald, speedy bench there.
It's a good lift. He is perfect on the day so far. I believe I heard Gino say that this is a new American record.
Let's see here. Cindy Goodrich, bench second attempt, 72.5 kilo for Cindy. Speedy descent, speedy call. Let's see it there, Cindy.
Yeah, these press commands are really fast.
Yeah. Well, hey, I mean, you know, these are national referees. You always have to assume that, you know, they see the bar motionless, so they're in the chair for a reason.
All right, 80 kilos for Heather Berman. Well, she'll keep up her perfect day.
$80 kilos for Heather Berman. That's actually something that I picked up in the last couple of years as well. I noticed Heather wearing a mouth guard.
Yeah, neurologically, there's something to be said for biting down and clenching.
Yeah, I think there is some research out there, but you know, just anecdotally speaking, I find some benefit in it. At least for squat and bench press. I actually don't like wearing it for deadlift, but for squat and bench press, I like it.
And from a dentist's point of view, if you do grind your teeth.
Yeah, yeah. Shout out to my dentist. I'm sure she's happy about it. Sarah Bolin. Bench press second attempt, 87.5 kilo, 193 pounds for Sarah Bolin. Equipped Masters 2. Let's see it here, Sarah. Getting set up for her bench press second attempt.
It did come up asymmetrically, but still a good lift. The whole of the bar didn't go down. It doesn't have to raise at the same rate. Let's get 97.5 for Amy. She missed this on her opener. One of only 2 people to miss her opener, so she's going to break that streak. This is 215 pounds. All right, she has a nice big arch on her setup.
Amy Pancake. 97.5 kilo, 215 pound bench press for Amy. Second attempt.
She really sinks her shoulders well into the bench.
Oh yeah, very technically sound, Amy.
It almost looked like she missed that record.
I wasn't gonna say it, but we got white lights. That's all that matters, Rach. That's all that
I think
matters.
she kind of
For a
wondered
second
it
there,
too.
that was a little bit of what we call in the business a drift, not technically the rack. You know, you can
Little
sometimes
California stuff there.
California style there. We'll call that one just like a slight drift.
It didn't hit the rack. I think
That's
if
right.
they had heard it hit the rack. they
Yeah.
would have
For me, sometimes I also see it, and technically, if I think that you tried to jump the rack, I will obviously throw a red with a yellow card. But you know, if it was too quickly, in a lot of cases, some people will just see that as one fluid motion, in which case then it's a good lift. But I like that little term, California stop.
Yeah, Michael is perfect on the day so far. This is 242 pounds.
Michael Nichols.
This is almost what he opened his squat with.
Wow. Bench second attempt, 110 kilos for Michael. Long way to travel for that bar. Probably got a huge deadlift.
Definitely built to deadlift. He just can't get that right arm
Can't
lock.
get that right elbow extended.
And I thought even on his opener that he didn't get that right arm locked out.
Yep.
I wish
yep.
powerlifting had that allowance for an elbow lockout. If no, this is as far as it goes.
Right. If you have like the requisite ability to have that kind of elbow flexion, or elbow extension.
But, you know, had he gotten it to the same lockout that he had on his opener, maybe that would have been a different story, but lacks a little bit of that flexion. I know she braided her hair for bench.
Oh, Kalani?
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't see beyond the spotter just yet.
She'll have another bench.
Yeah.
Because when I got into powerlifting, I couldn't figure out, like, why is everyone braiding their hair? Like,
Yeah.
they're a bunch of divas. And then I
Yeah.
said,
Oh, what is this?
I know. What is
Yeah.
this?
We're at Miss America pageant.
Like, I can't braid my own hair. Like, how am I supposed to, like, fit in here? And then I realized it's, like, a functional thing.
There's a reason for it.
Uh-huh.
Kalani smoking that bench second attempt, 112.5 kilos. Let's see it. 3 white lights. Shout out to Kalani.
All right. 125 kilos, 275 pounds for Laura Sterland, followed by Katie Dodge, and back up to the top. So Andrea Page did pass, so she didn't come out for her opening bench. It does look like she's passed on her second and third, so I suspect that she'll be withdrawing from the meet. So lifting orders: Laura, Katie, Leslie, Stacy, Mike. Platform 2 should be starting up pretty soon, huh?
Should be. Should be. Let's see, Laura Sterling, bench press second attempt, 125 kilos. That's 2 reds even.
She's over 50 years old.
Benching 2 reds. You know what I mean? I mean, sheesh. This is some great lifting going on today.
And you wouldn't even know it. You're like walking next to the grocery store, next to some, lady shopping, produce section. You're like, wow, you can bench 275. I would never guess it.
Could you help me with my groceries? That is actually something that I really do enjoy about powerlifting in general, is sometimes you can never tell who is like a potential national champion.
Some of these guys look like bellboys at Holiday Inn. You're
right.
like, you can lift how much?
Yeah. You pull 700. Yeah, I'm a 63, or I'm a 74 kilo lifter. Or sorry,
Really
75
break
kilo. Yeah.
stereotypes. People, well, I don't want to lift because I don't want to get bulky. Like, you realize people are trying to get bulky,
Yeah.
right? Like,
I've actively tried to do that in my the last 15 years.
listen,
It's
I
not
don't want
that
a
easy.
driver's license because I might win NASCAR. You're like, wait, what?
She's chock full of them here,
I
folks.
know.
Katie Dodge, bench press second attempt, 125.5.
That looked like it should be an opener.
Is that a record attempt
it had to be
there?
American record.
She chipped it. There you go. Katie Dodge.
So now here's the tricky part. When you hit, an American record, most of us won't do that, but if it's a personal record of some sort on your second lift, you can't get too happy. When you get really excited, it makes it almost impossible to make another lift after that.
Yeah.
So it's just sort of hedging your enthusiasm. So you can be happy for about 4 seconds, and then it's time to, okay, well, we're not done yet. All right, Leslie is perfect on the day. In fact, Leslie, Stacy, and Mike are all perfect. Lots of green. Here, it looks like Platform 2 is getting ready to start deadlift.
Oh, boy. You know, they say the meet doesn't start, Rachel, until the bar hits the floor.
And those of us who are built to bench
Yeah.
don't like deadlifts. And I can't bench either, so that pretty much leaves. I wish we still had squat-only competition.
Yeah. Well, speaking as somebody who prefers the deadlift, it's definitely my favorite portion of the meet.
I can put my hands in my pocket without bending my elbows,
Yeah.
so we don't need to talk about this. No
All right.
lift for Leslie.
All right, getting started here on Platform 2 with our deadlift portion of the meet. Lee Rogers coming out, 182.5 kilo on the deadlift. 3 white lights for Lee, opening up our deadlift portion of the meet.
They are raising the safeties now for Stacy Metcalf, Platform 1. It'll be Stacy, Mike, Cindy, Heather. This is, I believe, Team Roar over on Platform 1.
Team Roar all over the place today. Seeing them in Session 1 and Session 2. This is
Camera got a little blurry on. There we go.
very well represented here at the Arnold Sports Festival at the Masters of Iron Pro. Here comes Newton Cheng, opening 220 kilos deadlift.
His
For
double
me.
overhand.
Hook grip, double overhand hook grip sumo, man of culture.
And half his grip is on the smooth part. It's not even on the knurling.
Hold on.
I'm fascinated by
Newton
this lift right
Cheng taking the slack out.
I'm fascinated by that lift. All right.
I applaud
no
you, sir.
lift for Stacy. We'll jump up to 70 kilos for Mike.
Newton Cheng doing a deadlift out there that Pug the Goat would be proud of. Double overhand hook grip sumo. Mike Rosenwald, 70 kg bench press, third attempt for him. And moving over to Platform 2, deadlift opener, Sean Queller, 225 kilos. We're definitely going to get big here on our openers. Smoke there for Sean. 3 white lights there for Sean. If we're only at the beginning of or we're only at the top of the flight and it's already getting into 500-pound deadlifts, folks, you won't want to leave because these numbers are about to blow up. Mike Rosenwald, 70 kilos bench press, third attempt, Platform 1. He's got a long way to go, especially with those long arms.
Yeah, and that narrow grip.
We call that the master's grip there. Love that. And here we got over here Ben Rowe, big Ben Rowe, deadlift over 235 kilos for Ben.
See, and he has more of a modified stance.
He does a little bit of a hybrid. Actually, not unlike our colleague Angelo Fortino. He of one of the best deadlifts in the world.
Yeah, Bryce Lewis in Colorado would talk about building a house on his.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
I also watched that video. Huge fan of TSA and Bryce Lewis. Yes, when you see that setup, you almost want to have that shape of the pentagon, kind of a house, when you kind of look forward at the lifter, because you want to have that strong base.
Yep, the shins are vertical, and then the roof is your thighs from your knees up to your hips.
That's right. Big shout out to Bryce Lewis. Ben Rowe, good lift out there. Moving on to our.
This is Cindy. I know too many Sydneys in my life. And Cindy is really hard for me to say. 77.5 kilos.
And Matthew Swanson smoking 275 kilos.
She's
Conventional.
Over 60 years old.
3 white lights for Matthew Swanson.
No lift for Cindy. We'll jump to 85 kilos for Heather. Order is Heather, Sarah, Amy, Michael.
Our boy Char over here coming in, continuing with the theme of massive deadlifts. Char, 282.5 kilos.
If watching this meet is really lighting a fire under your butt to compete, you can go to usapowerlifting.com/calendar. They're all there by state.
That's right. Great plug there.
It's
by
early in the
colleague.
year, so if you get your membership now, you can compete several times.
That's right. Still very early in the year. Plenty of time to compete. You can compete at least maybe two more times, you know? Comfortably. There you go, Char. Nice smoke. Very quick there on the sumo deadlift. 282.5 kilo. 622 pound
85
opener.
kilos for Heather Berman.
Moving on to our boy Aitor, who's
Very
having a great
efficient
day.
movement for Heather. She pulled it right down to her chest. No playing around on that one.
Aitor, 287.5 kilo opener.
Double overhand hook grip.
We're doing the hook grip on conventional. Would you expect anything less from a man wearing the USA singlet? I wouldn't. Speedy, beautiful, takes the slack out, executes
He doesn't
perfectly.
even have any baby powder on his thighs.
I mean, does he need to? Aitor that's a bad man walking away right there, folks. That is a bad, bad man.
All right, 92.5 kilos. Over 200 pounds now for the women.
And Rob Ward, big Rob Ward coming out there with a lot of hype, a lot of energy, 290 kilos for Rob Ward. Very excited to see this pull. Making a lot of noise out here, folks. Oh, yeah.
Bar's crooked a little bit.
That's
Sarah's
light.
Start.
That's light work. Light
A
work
little
for
bit of
Rob
side-
Ward. Good lift.
Some downward movement there. All right, we will go to 102.5 kilos, 225 pounds for Amy. Order is Amy, Michael, Kaylani, Laura.
This meet starts to take off once deadlift starts going. Once we got deadlift going on platform 1, we're really going to start to fly through here.
Yeah, deadlifts are just the fastest. There's no additional rack heights to adjust,
Yeah,
and you don't have to worry about flipping the bar, really.
that's right. I think the only time there's a delay is really around third attempts or just by individual selection to clean the bar. Which everyone should do, by the way. It doesn't take much more time, and you avoid potentially grabbing baby powder on the bar or residual baby powder. Here's Lee Rogers, deadlift second attempt, 192.5 kilo. And that's a good lift. 3 white lights.
All right, 102.5 for Amy. Michael on deck. So we haven't seen a lot of benches turned down on technicalities. They're either clearly misses. Yeah.
And I think that stands to reason, right, Rachel? I mean, like, typically, for the most part, with lifters that are at least competing at the Masters of Iron Pro, you're not going to see too many jumped commands, things like that. A lot of technical issues that you'd otherwise see, let's say, at like a state level meet. You know, these people, they've been under the bar, so to speak, for a long time. And let me just call out again the setup and the execution and technique of Newton Chang. Such a beautiful deadlift on this man, 235 kilos on his second attempt deadlift. Watch how he pulls the slack out properly and then executes with his wedge.
He's building a house with his feet
Yeah,
all
I mean, it is just gorgeous.
It's like a 6
I mean,
vertical displacement.
yeah. Connor Harris would be proud.
All right, Michael Nichols, 242 pounds. Looked okay. We'll see. Oh, he got his hand on that one. Right, good. So it was a good lift for Newton. We have 238 for Sean. I don't think that this is an American record. I'm wondering if maybe that's a typo. So they have a Sean Queller at 238 for his deadlift. I don't think that
I can
that's
only
an American record, though. Is it supposed to be 237.5?
Well, I mean, so it could possibly be one depending on the division, right? But I'm curious. Yeah, if it is 238, that does inherently mean that it could be a record attempt.
I guess he is a 66-kilo lifter.
Masters. What is his division?
It's a good lift over on platform 1.
I mean, odds are, yeah, it probably, yeah, that's okay. I mean, we'll see. So here comes, I believe it's.
He's an M1.
Oh, he's M1. Okay, 66 M1. I mean, yeah, I could believe it. They wouldn't put on that number if it wasn't on there. Ben Rowe. Ben Rowe coming 250 kilo deadlift second attempt for Ben Rowe. Building that house there, a la Bryce Lewis. Nope, not there. Now that didn't really.
So this is 125 kilos. Laura needs this to stay in the competition. She's missed it twice, right around that sticking point of when the shirt hands it back to your own tricep strength. And she's not wearing wrist straps. It's quite curious. Or wrist straps.
And that's something I think over
she
time.
got it locked out, but I wonder if there was a little bit of up and down movement there for her. Yeah, no lift, 2-1.
Here goes
But
Matthew
she did
Swanson.
Lock it out, so we're hoping that she can stay in the competition for her deadlifts.
Matthew Swanson moving on. 20-kilo jump between his first and second attempt. 295 kilos here from Matthew Swanson. Huge deadlift.
Yeah, once you get that first deadlift in, then you just have fun with it.
Yeah. 3 white lights there for Matthew Swanson,
So
expecting a big total.
And 32.5 kilos. Now, she already hit the American record at 125.5 on her second, so I think she got that in just to get the record, and now she's going for what her true capacity probably is. Uh-oh, I hear Gino out there. 666.
Yeah. So this is our boy Aitor. I mean, this man is just having a day. But watch his technique here. Watch this hooker. Watch, same thing I was talking about earlier. Taking the slack out and wedging in properly, because when you see it done right, it just turns into a leg press.
New American record over on platform 1.
Yeah,
Katie
slight
Dodge.
ramp, if I could see, but we'll see what.
I felt like he kind of ramped his first
I
one
feel like
too,
a little
bit.
ramp. Yeah, but it's okay. Still, again, we got 3. That's why we have 3 national referees there.
I wish Katie could have a 4th attempt. Lifts, 3rd attempts like that are what 4th attempts are supposed to be for. But you're not done.
I know.
That's great.
You still have more. Absolutely.
All right, so it looks like platform 1 is done with bench press. So they will strip the platform completely of the rig. And once they have the bar loaded for that opening attempt at deadlift, they'll start the 10-minute clock.
And here we go with Chargahagen. This is a big one here, folks. Deadlift third attempt, deadlift second attempt, 305 kilos, 672-pound deadlift. Char moving big weight. Big time. Good lift there by Char. Having a great day so far. Now here comes big Rob Ward. Taking the same thing for a ride. Deadlift second attempt. Rob Ward, 305 kilos. Hype coming out to the platform here. Let's get it here, Rob.
He's really setting his back before you can tell his shoulder blades are down and back before he ever bends over and grabs the bar.
Oh, yeah. Strong lockout.
I think that's textbook. Pretty perfect deadlift right there.
Oh, yeah.
I know,
For
he
a
has
second,
those deadlift
3 white
slippers.
lights.
So
white
when
lights.
you deadlift, you can wear a slipper, but you can't just wear a sock. They need something. We don't want your sweaty, grubby
That's
feet
right.
on the
We
floor.
need it. We need something that at least covers the calves. And primarily, because my colleague alluded to it earlier, is we don't want you to cut your shins on the bar. You cut your shins on the bar, you bleed on the bar. That's kind of gross. We don't want other lifters to kind of like rub your stale blood on the bar. And moving on towards our deadlift third attempts on platform 2, it is customary to clean the bar in between attempts. Again, there's residual baby powder from other lifters. You want to make sure that that's all cleaned up, and so at least you don't cheat the lifter from anything grip related. Here comes our boy Lee Rogers, deadlift third attempt. Lee Rogers, 200 kilos. Getting set here, trying to finish out the day. Yes, Lee Rogers. Finish it out. Love it. 3 white lights.
Best
Lee
mustache.
Rogers.
That's the best mustache.
Best mustache. There was actually, we had, I believe, Wade Craig, correct me if I'm wrong, from earlier. He had a handlebar, and it was just majestic. So we've had a lot of great facial hair here today. We've been very fortunate.
Yeah, we have a lifter in Colorado who has such a great handlebar mustache, and I saw him out just this past week, and he didn't have it curled up, and I didn't even recognize him. And he like waved.
Who
to
are
me.
you?
I know, he like waved to me, and I just kept walking and went home, and I told my husband, I didn't see this guy. Like, who is this? And he said the guy's name. Was like, no. I had to go to social media to see a picture. Like, oh, that was him. It just wasn't curled, and I totally didn't even recognize him.
Newton Cheng, deadlift third attempt, 245 kilos. Again, Newton Cheng, one of the prettier deadlifts I've seen all day. Now watch the technique here. This man is pulling on the smooth of the bar, hook grip. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Beautiful pull.
He really has his feet out. So
Oh,
sumo pullers
3 white
will have
lights.
their toes out about 45 degrees to give them some forward and back balance, but he just owns that little plie.
I mean, I love it. I love it. It's such a pretty lift, especially the sumo with the hook grip, the combination, especially when you have somebody who knows how to execute it properly. It really is a thing of beauty.
And it's also interesting to see that people can be successful with sumo or conventional pulling, and that another one of those interwebs rabbit holes is what's better, or sumo's cheating, or what. But
Guess
not,
what?
'cause
It's the one you can
it's a
pull the
less
most with.
efficient- Exactly.
Yeah.
So sumo technically is a less efficient movement
Yeah.
in that some of those horizontal forces, but you're not pulling it. There's give and take for both
Of course.
both techniques.
Yeah. And then the answer is whichever one you can pull the most with.
The answer to everything is it depends.
Yeah, it
like
depends.
literally
Yeah.
every single
Yeah.
question is it depends.
It depends.
Should I wear a belt? It depends. Should I pull sumo? It depends. It depends.
Yeah. It's that life is about nuance. Just dropping dimes out here, folks. Dropping dimes. Now we got Ben Rowe coming out, 250 kilo, taking that again. He missed 250 kilos on his second attempt. I do believe they already called bars loaded, so we're waiting to see if Ben comes out. I don't believe we've seen anyone time out yet, so does it happen here? I'm not certain.
Oh,
Did he
there's some
scrap?
confusion. Even open on the platform.
Well, he has the
one,
same-
They're still taking the bar off or the rig off the
Yeah.
platform. Wondering why that wasn't.
I'm interested. Well, I mean, currently, I don't really know why they're changing the number here because Sean Queller was taking 250 as well, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So,
lot number?
as of, yeah, I'm very confused.
Well,
at
it's
kind of what's
third
going on.
deadlift, so it looks like if they can change their deadlift if they haven't been called, based on lot numbers. Some of that finagling. So in powerlifting, we have something called the lot number. It's a random number assigned. It determines weigh-in order But if two lifters want the same weight, the lower lot number goes first. And in powerlifting in a 3-lift meet, there's this unique thing. You can't change any of your other lifts except for your last deadlift. And as long as they haven't put the weight on the bar and called you yet, you can change your deadlift. Yeah, so it seems like Sean and Benjamin are kind of going tit for tat a little bit.
Is that so? Because as of now, they put it as no lift for Ben, but Sean just got that one. 3 white lights for Sean. Great third attempt.
Wonder, did he time out?
It could have been. That was actually what I was
Benjamin
curious.
did have a lower lot number.
Yeah.
So he would have gone first at that 250.
So it looks like he did time out. That was what I was curious what was going on earlier, because I think he's probably just letting the clock run. Because otherwise, there was no reason to miss it, right?
Yeah, he jumped to that 250, trying to win, but with Sean making that 238, he pulled ahead of the 235. So, quite some interesting strategy. People think powerlifting meets are, just who lifts the most? To a point, there's certainly some strategy to.
It is and it isn't. It's actually who lifts the most on that day. And in this case, with the pro division, it's who has the best body weight coefficient by dots.
Oh, is that how they're doing the scoring?
It is, yeah. And Matthew Swanson, here we go. Wow, Matthew Swanson just had.
That was a pretty anticlimactic lift. He just sort of like a
kinda,
machine,
he quietly had a really awesome meet here. 3 white lights for Matthew Swanson.
Hey, it's perfect so far.
Just Did he miss anything there?
No, it's perfect. 9 for 9.
Matthew Swanson.
He just kept his head down and.
Yeah, have a day,
machine,
sir.
right?
Have a day.
Just another day in the office.
Yeah. Just nailed everything there. Itor.
I love Gino's boots.
I love Gino.
Those are some boots, man.
Gino's just he's one of a kind, man. Itor, here we go again. One of the better lifters here that we've seen all day. 310 kilos, 683 pounds here. Hook grip, conventional. Let's check it out.
It's a narrow grip too. His hands almost hit his shins.
Look at that leg pressing off the floor. Now let's see if they call that ramp. If it was,
he kind of flirts with it forever.
Flirts with it a little bit. Yeah, and 3 white lights.
He's looking at the lights. They already said it was a good lift. A little delayed up there, maybe.
I thought I saw white lights. I'm sorry.
We did.
Lift is good. Okay,
But
yeah.
out
There
there,
you
I
go,
wonder
yeah.
if they're running on the
Yeah.
internet.
I thought I saw a good lift. But yes, Itor, have a day as well. Itor, phenomenal showing here at the Masters of Iron.
So we have 2 deadlifts left in this flight. So it goes Rob, Char, Ted, Jerry. And then Gary. So Rob, Char, Ted, Jerry, Gary. The clock over on platform 1 has started. So you'll notice on platform 1, you can see that there's a piece of wood screwed into the platform that while those rigs are there, you probably didn't even notice it.
Hey, love to see it.
To
Rob
keep
Ward.
the rig from sliding forward.
Rob Ward shot out of a cannon here, folks. 310 kilos for Rob Ward.
Getting his back
Big
and
hype.
shoulders set.
Big hype here for Rob Ward.
Pretty low start position.
Hey, great showing, great socks, great hair.
And great sportsmanship, shaking those referees' hands.
You don't see it enough, honestly. Rachel is acknowledging the referees. They worked really hard.
I think a lot when sports grow really fast like that, it's hard to catch the newer lifters to indoctrinate them on the
Right.
kind of etiquette.
How it should be done. Shake the hands. They sat in the chair and they lifted 9 of your lifts on top of everyone else here for you to make sure that you were able to get the total that you wanted. It's I know the spotters and loaders do a very physical, demanding job, but the referees themselves also, it's taxing sitting in there. A lot going on.
Etiquette piece. The other etiquette piece. Never leave a meet. I was raised to never leave a meet without finding the meet director and asking if they need help.
Wow.
Yeah.
So again, Rachel dropping dimes out here,
Plus,
folks.
as a meet director, I want everyone to do that now.
And as
Don't
you
leave
should.
the meet until
That's
you find
right.
the meet director and
That's
ask if they
right.
need help. That's a
Char.
little self-serving one.
No, I think that's a great one, and credit to you for mentioning it. Char, Deadlift third attempt.
So strong.
Char
And not a lot of
strong
baby
to the
powder.
top. Let's see the call. 317 kilo. 3 white lights.
And I'm surprised
3 white
at
lights.
how minimal the baby powder is. I go to some local meets and it's just everywhere.
It's everywhere, yeah.
What did you do? Poke a hole in the bottle?
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
And then you get up here and you're like over 600 pounds, and it's like, oh, there's a little.
It's like a
Maybe
dusting.
like when he was warming up, he put some
Yeah,
on. And then
yeah. He walked by somebody else's. You know what I mean? Yeah.
he walked through there.
Yeah, just like their dust. I was like, oh, yeah, that's good enough. Yeah. Char Gahagan, man. I mean, what a great day for him, too. And that capped off that flight's deadlift. Now we're moving on to our last flight's deadlifts on platform 2. So we're moving right along here, folks, here at the 2022 Masters of Iron Pro, here at the Arnold Sports Festival, USAPL. Where else would you rather be, folks?
All right, so we have Ted Stewart, Jerry Peterson, Gary Pamplin, and Robert Milner.
We got Ted Stewart here, opening at 182.5 kilos, 402 pounds.
Pretty easy peasy opener. 195 for Jerry Peterson. Starting to see a little activity over on platform 1. I love his socks too.
Oh my God, I had to say to me, I was like, Jerry, love the socks, bro. They look awesome.
And no baby powder. I'm fascinated by this.
I want to take a poll after this. Oh, hook
And
grip.
double overhead hook.
Oh, let's go, Jerry.
This is an image right here.
Just so majestic. So perfect.
Like a unicorn. What do they say on the back?
Not sure. 195 kilo opener for Jerry. 3 white lights. Coolest socks, coolest beard.
He's a whole look.
It's just everywhere.
He's a mood.
He is a mood. He's a
Does that
vibe.
make me hip to say that?
Yeah, I know. I was going to say he's a vibe. Are we cool now?
Like very Gen Z.
All right. Yeah.
All right, 200 kilos for Gary Pamplin.
Some other great socks here. Seen some great outfits here today
He's
so far.
deadlifting and
Yeah.
knee sleeves.
Yeah,
It's a very low start position.
it is. Yeah. Almost squatting things up. 200 kilos. Simple work for their Gary Pamplin.
So
Is it
most
good?
of the footwear you'll
Think
see
it
are
is.
flat soles. You may see some squat shoes in here. Somewhat rare,
Yeah.
but
And typically for deadlift, yeah, this is mostly just for the ability to, again, get more context with the floor. You want to be able to kind of feel the floor against you. It's not one of those things where you want to add any more height to yourself.
I wanted to sit back. So you certainly want to stay lower. And wearing a squat shoe might put you in your quads a little bit more.
Right.
You don't want to sit forward at
No,
all.
this is a hinge-based movement, meaning your hip is initiating this lift.
So you might see some wrestling shoes, some slippers.
Tomorrow,
And
we're
slippers are
absolutely going to see
fine,
a ton of those notorious lifts. They're very popular with the youngins. It's a big one.
I'm not seeing a lot of Chuck Taylors.
No, which you would expect from our Masters of Iron, I would think. You know, I think it looks like Robert has on some Sabos, which that one's more circa 2013 to 2015.
I think Chuck's, they're flat, but they're not thin.
Yeah. No, it's of the same thought of the people squatting in the Jordan 1s. Where, yes, are they flat? Yes, absolutely. Do they have an air unit? No, they don't. Does it entirely give you a lot of context with the floor? No.
Yeah, so it's just kind of interesting if you're a newer lifter or maybe you don't have a coach and you're kind of wondering, what should I do? Well, while you may not want to do the program that a lot of these people are doing, if you're a beginner, do a beginner program. But when it comes to equipment and maybe things to try or things not to try, definitely worth looking at well, what are these people wearing? And
Right.
seeing that people can be successful wearing all types of footwear,
And
all
I think-
types of knee sleeves.
I think
or-
on top of that, Rachel, is looking at the body types and finding someone who otherwise is a good lifter that kind of looks more similar to you.
That's a good point.
There's
Because just
Robert.
because they're a good lifter, if they're built entirely different.
Right, yeah.
um,
Robert Mulliner, 200 kilos for a ride opener. Solid good lift. But yeah, no, that's definitely something that I think gets lost on newer lifters is the ability to recognize, well, I like this lifter, but, you know, they have incredibly long arms and I have incredibly short arms. Or they have, you know, long femurs and I have short femurs. You know, I mean, you can enjoy someone else's lifting while also not wanting to lift anything like them at all.
Right, and we're all prone to confirmation bias. So
Yeah.
you can whatever you're trying to prove, you can find somebody who's going to set a world record
Right.
wearing that.
Absolutely. These look like old baseball socks here. I'd love to see these. As a baseball fan myself, Ted Longo. Oh, yeah. 202.5 kilos for Ted. Good lift.
We have 6 more openers. We want to see everybody
Gino
get on the
loving
board
the
here.
Lincoln Park coming here through on the speakers.
Takes me back like 20 years now.
And looks like we're getting started here on platform 1. Rachel, take it away.
Oh, all right. 147.5 for Jennifer Sauter. Francesca Bill on deck. Starting our deadlifts, about 325 something pounds.
Daniel Elmore, platform 2, 215 kilo.
So on deadlifts, there's no start command, just a down command. So once you hear your name, that bar is loaded. You have 1 minute to make a bona fide attempt.
Oh, yeah. Smoke show over there by Daniel Elmore. And that's actually something I'm sure you've seen because I've seen it plenty of times at meets. Rachel, when you see a novice, when it comes to deadlift, they assume that there's a start command and they just stare at you blankly and you have your arm up and you're like, I don't know what you're doing, but you only need to initiate the thing on your own. And that's something that it gets me every time. We do a novice meet a lot in Virginia. So it's always fun to see. And actually, here comes Alan Crockover again, and
Francesca.
again confirms what I thought about earlier about sleeveless. Still going sleeveless.
Yeah, I think it's a Titan shirt.
Okay. So by definition,
It's
That
one,
shirt is okay.
One shirt from one brand.
okay, an approved shirt.
Right.
Right.
And you're like, okay.
Yeah. Alan Crockover, 500 pounds,
It's a good
227.5
lift for
kilos.
Francesca at 330. 152.5 for Amy Hutchison, followed by Becky Enright.
It's a
and
great
Stephanie
pull wearing the
Coates
Sabo
Fest.
good lifts. And ironic because he just had a good lift.
Got the wrestling shoes.
Are those the wrestling shoes? Wow. Those are cool. Those are Miami Vice vibes right there. I think those are neat. Yeah.
I like the wrestling shoes
Yeah.
because you can try them on before
Yeah.
you buy. Because you can go into any sporting goods store and any
Yeah.
shoe store and try them on.
You can't walk into Foot Locker and get Notorious Lifts. You know what I
No.
mean? Or Sabos.
But you can go into stores and like find squat shoes now, which
Yeah.
is just
Oh, that is
blows my
strange.
mind.
What a crazy time. What a crazy timeline we have.
That
Here comes
love-hate relationship with CrossFit.
Yes. William. We don't even have enough time for that one, folks. William Kahapia continuing the meet again, just like we said. That's good. It's good to see, regardless of the earlier results. So let's see how that one came out. 230.
160 for Becky Enright now.
Good lift for William. Good to see William continuing on.
Looks like a good lift. Yep. Let's go 162.5 for Stephanie and Amy. Deadlifts are going to go pretty quick, especially if they don't have to take the plates on and off.
Get the
big red
lift.
plates on and off. It
Here
goes pretty quick.
comes Bill McCarthy, coached by, getting handled by the Aryan Tank. That was Bill McCarthy opening 260 kilo. Bill McCarthy, light work. 3 white lights for Bill of Get the Lift.
You'll See, lifters get their shoulder blades set down and back. So you don't want to shrug up your shoulders on a deadlift because all that does is elevate how far you have to bring up the bar. The further down you can keep your shoulder blades, the longer you can make your arms.
That's right.
The less you have to lift up the bar.
Yeah, this is a game of lengthened arms. Shout out Sean Noriega and Angelo Fortino. Keeping those arms long.
162.5 stays on the bar. So very quick competition over here on the ladies' side. For Amy, Leah, Trish, and Joa.
Slight issue here on teaching moment here on platform 2.
Oh, his socks aren't high
His
enough?
socks weren't high enough. You got to make sure to pull them up.
Yeah, so not shin length. They need to be knee-length socks.
Yeah, that's right. You got to
But
make sure
notice
to
none of
cover
these
the
lifters
calf.
are dropping the bar. They're keeping their hands on the bar. They don't have to lower it slowly, but they do need to keep their hands on the bar.
That's right. There goes Jason. Rip that one off the floor. Very simple, very casual 280 kilo pull.
Yeah. Ho-hum.
Yeah, ho-hum, just 280 kilos, no big deal, just 617 pounds. You know, got to move on to my second.
Pretty sure. How much does a Fiat car weigh?
I'd be curious to see some of these guys like with like one of those deadlift like car deadlift setups, and see what we could really kind of pull.
Like in practical terms. Like
Right,
you lifted
yeah.
2 kangaroos.
Yeah, something like that, right? That's
Right. 165 kilos for Leah Lutz.
Here comes our boy Baron Henderson, opening 280 kilos, sumo deadlift style.
I wonder if the light went out on that platform. Got really dark over there.
Oh yeah. Let's see Baron Henderson out here. Yeah, I mean, is there enough words to say? Hook grip, sumo, everything. 280 kilos.
I wonder what his vertical jump is. He looks so explosive
I
the way he
mean-
just yanks it off the floor. Like a 32
Yeah,
inch
I mean,
vertical or
seriously,
something silly.
Baron Henderson is a house. Just a great lifter. Very excited to see what he puts on the bar next.
So Leah has a slightly rounded back deadlift, upper back. So when people talk about straight back, rounded back, you'll see a variety of styles, but it's all upper back. You won't see any of these lifters rounding their lower back.
That's when it inherently becomes a problem. There's nothing wrong with thoracic spine flexion, but lumbar flexion is a whole different story.
Mm-hmm.
Ted Stewart, platform 2, deadlift second attempt, 200 kilos for Ted.
So the more you watch these lifts, especially if you're going to tune in for more of the weekend, initially when you start watching, it all sort of looks the same. But the more you watch, it really is more nuanced.
Oh yeah.
And there's far more layers to it than what would initially appear on the surface.
And which one works for you? Just like my colleague said earlier, it depends.
Try them. You'll know
Depends,
pretty
try 'em.
quick if you
That's
like
right.
it. Keep the gems that you like and scrap what you don't.
That's right. Be water, my friend. Be water.
Otherwise, for everybody online that says this is right and that's wrong, someone's going to say, no, that's right, this is wrong.
3 white lights for Ted.
Easy opener for Trish at 167.5 kilos. Turn that 370 into a toy. We have 2 more openers, both at 172.5. We have Joa and Lynette. Then we'll go back to the top of the order.
Now here comes our boy, one of our favorites, Jerry Peterson. He of the amazing beard and socks.
Oh, and then we have the singlet over here on platform 8.
207.
Platform 1.
I mean, we're just getting it all over the place. 207.5 kilo for Jerry. Beautiful attempt. Seen a lot of
Like two
hook grip
deadlifts?
over here, Rachel. That
Yeah.
gives me life, honestly. That's as a connoisseur myself, it's fun.
I haven't yet seen the switch grip, hook grip.
That's an interesting
That's
foray.
one
yeah.
every once in a while.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought. Yeah. Now let's see Robert Mulliner here.
All right, 172.5 for Lynette Bogdan.
deadlift, second attempt, 215 kilos for Robert, 474 pounds. Very intense there by Lynette.
Knees and hips locked out at the same time.
Great pull by Robert. 3 white lights for
All
Robert.
right, back to the top of the order on platform 1. So if you are following along on Lifting Cast, you'll see that 3 lifters all want 160 kilos. It's the lot number, and that random number generated before weigh-ins determine who goes first. So Francesca, Jennifer, and Amy, all at 160 kilos. And then Amy Mason and Becky Enright also want 170 kilos. So they are also separated
Comes
by
Ted Longo.
that lot number.
Ted Longo, 220 kilos, second attempt, platform 2. Got a little caught there. Makes me wonder if the baby, Sans baby, oh, yep. Now that was a good lift. He's hobbling off a little bit. Makes me curious if someone like Ted could benefit from a little bit more baby powder.
Yeah, or maybe scratching on his third foot.
Yeah. Yeah, right? I know Angelo mentioned earlier, actually, in a meet like the Arnold, sometimes you almost just want to keep going for broke just because you're here.
And then when you're 70, though, broke it takes on a whole new kind of perspective.
That's right, yeah.
So at some point you want to live to fight another day. But
that's right. I want to live to get back in the car or back on the plane.
yeah.
Absolutely. So here we go, Gary Pamplin. Big Gary Pamplin here, 227.5 kilos. This is a 500-pound pull.
You wouldn't know it by looking at it, though.
No. I mean, but that's been Gary all day, though. I mean, Gary's had a really great day.
Yeah, he's perfect so far.
Yeah. You can't make this stuff up.
Good lift for Jennifer. We have one more attempt at 160 kilos for Amy Hutchison, followed by Amy Mason, Becky Enright, and Leah Lutz.
And here we go. Daniel Elmore, 230 kilo deadlift, second attempt, 507 pounds for Daniel. Let's see it, Daniel. Looks like a good pull. Let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights. Great pull by Daniel Elmore.
Amy, keeping nice long shoulders. You're not going to see any of these lifters, especially in this pro series, shrugging their shoulders at the end.
No, not these people.
Or rounding their shoulders and doing this big old like shoulder circle. They're bringing their back. You won't
Shoulder
see
rock
that.
there a little bit, yeah. Alan Crockover, deadlift second attempt, 237.5 kilo.
Yeah, if this is a weight that your butt and legs are having a hard time picking up off the floor, you're not going to get very far by shrugging it.
I wouldn't think so. All right, here comes Alan. Alan Crockover, 237.5 kilo. Nice move right there by Alan. Let's see what
Bars
the call
loaded,
is.
platform 1
3
for Amy
white
Mason.
lights. I gotta invest in this Titan sleeveless shirt then for my deadlift. Who doesn't want to show off the pipes?
Little side-to-side shift
Big fight
there,
right
but
there
looks
by
like she
Amy.
did get it locked out.
Good lift for Amy. Now here comes William again.
All right, so
Trying
slight increase to
to-
172.5 for Leah.
William trying to recover the day a little bit. 245 kilos, deadlift second attempt for William. No, nothing there.
No, I think he is done.
I would
for the
scrap
day.
it for the day. Wouldn't you, Rachel?
Yeah.
Yeah. We really don't have anything left.
I
That-
think once your gut tells you, once you're done, you're done.
Yeah. Becky with a good fight.
Strong 375.
With a good fight. Jim, got a good lift. And here comes get the lifts. Bill McCarthy. Big day today for Bill McCarthy. 275 kilo. Deadlift second attempt, 606 pounds.
Bar is loaded. 172.5 for Leah.
Bill McCarthy. Oh, yeah. Wild Bill. 3 white lights for Bill.
Looks like good lift for Leah. Yeah, so I just confirmed it. Leah Lutz, I knew that she had had a significant weight loss through powerlifting. She used powerlifting as her source of exercise. Lost 130 pounds.
Unbelievable. Wow. Jason Johnson, deadlift second attempt, 292.5 kilos, 645 pounds for Jason. Big fight. Oh, yeah.
This is 175
3 white
kilos
lights for Jason.
Stephanie.
That's a crazy story about Leah, honestly. I mean, you hear things like this, and it's just like, to hear how powerlifting has transformed someone's life for the better, it's just awesome.
And it just shows that powerlifting can be used for not just bulking up.
No, that's right. Yeah. General health, too. Stephanie.
175.
Oh, yeah.
385, second attempt, good lift.
And here we go, our boy, Baron Henderson. Hook grip, sumo. One of the stronger lifters we've had all day. And possibly all weekend. Baron Henderson, 295 kilo. What can you say about Baron Henderson?
He had a little bit of a bicep curl on that.
Unbelievable. Built like a linebacker.
Trish foot it.
2-1. 2-1. Looks like it could have been a soft lockout on the right side. So that's definitely something that he'll have to watch out for on his third attempt.
Nice long arms for Trish. Go to 182.5 for Joa Ayanada, followed by Lynette Bogdan.
And it looks like William went ahead and scrapped himself for the third, which we kind of expected, I think. So we're definitely going to start back up with Ted and Ted Stewart on our final deadlifts. And again, it is customary to typically clean off the bar between all the lifts for all 3 for the third attempts. You can have your coach request to clean off the bar in your first and second, but that's by request only.
All right, 182.5, over 400 pounds now for the ladies.
Joa, she of one of the coolest singlets you'll ever see. And here comes Ted Stewart, deadlift third attempt, 207.5 kilo for Ted.
A little bit of a side-to-side shimmy, which is allowed. 3 white lights.
Now let's see here what the call is on Ted.
This
3
flight
white
has
lights.
been perfect so far for the ladies. All green.
That's a great day. Oh, that's a great day for the women over here. For all of our strong women here in the Masters of Iron Pro USAPL here at the Arnold Sports Festival.
Interesting music choices out there.
Yeah, it's varied. And here we go. Jerry Peterson, hype, ready for it. Jerry Peterson.
All right, Lynette out for her second attempt, 185. This is 407 pounds.
Deadlift third attempt. Platform to 217.5 kilo. Sets his hook. Let's see, Jerry.
Very smooth lockout. She keeps
Now
the perfect
let's see
streak
what the
going.
referees say. 3 white lights, 6 white lights, all the way across the board.
I think his socks say "bring it."
Do they?
It's BRI.
Man. I wish I had that kind of style. Shout out to Jerry Peterson. Great showing today here at the Masters of Iron.
So while they're loading, you'll notice all of the lifters have deadlift socks. That's just to prevent blood on the bar from people gouging their shins. But from a practical standpoint, you shouldn't really want to gouge the skin off, your shins anyway. I would imagine that would increase friction quite a bit.
Right, yeah.
Not the most efficient to gouge your skin.
You definitely want to be as close as you can to the bar without doing so. So here we go. Ted Longo, 227.5 kilos, 500-pound pull here for Ted Longo. Big deadlift.
And 364 for Francesca.
Oh. Still a good showing for Ted. Great job for Ted. Ted Longo.
Nope. Gravity won out today for both of these lifters. She broke the streak.
No worries with that. No worries with that. Again, that's to be expected. This is the Arnold Sports Festival, guys. If you're not coming out here to go for something that you've never gone for or set a record, this is what it's all about.
Strength athletes are never happy because if you miss a lift, you're mad you missed a lift. But if you go 9 for 9, you're mad because you could have gone heavy.
I could have gone heavy.
So if you leave a meet happy,
are we all the
there's something
same?
wrong.
No, yeah.
Kinda.
Yes.
So Joanne Ida in the back.
Well, that explains why I never get 9 for 9, Rachel. That's I never like to know.
You find your exact most
right.
you can lift that day.
Yep,
Because how do you know if you don't?
How would I know?
If you don't cross the line, you don't know where the line is.
I want to fly very close to the sun. That's all. Now here comes Robert Molnar, deadlift third attempt, 227.5 kilo. Yes, Robert, finish this out. Let's see what they call here. 3 white lights. Shout out to Robert. Great showing today.
Yeah, and he only missed his first squat, and that was perfect. After
Amazing.
Just had to get those jitters out.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Really, really
Good
saw
lift,
some
2 to
great
1.
lifting out here today.
Lifting order on 1 is Becky, Amy, Leah, Stephanie. Becky, Amy, Leah, Stephanie. Again, follow along at liftingcast.com. Use that drop-down menu in the upper left to choose the board view. I wish that board view was the default view.
Same.
It doesn't really help you to know, age group and weight class.
Yeah. It would be nice.
Because that's the reward view, or award view. Show me the board view.
I'm with you. Here comes Gary Pamplin, big Gary Pamplin, having a great day today. Finishing things off, 250 kilos
Super
for Gary.
low hip start.
Tough one, but still a great day for Gary Pamplin.
He jumped from 500 to 550. So a couple of those benchmark weights.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, 175, 385 pounds for Becky.
Now we got 3 reds over there on our platform 1. Things are getting spicy on platform 1. Oh, yeah, Becky. That's a good fight.
A little shelving.
We'll see if there was a little ramp on
I
that.
don't think so. Oh, I think it's some red lights there.
Ah, yeah.
Little
Slightly,
bit of a-
yeah. A little bit of a ramp.
Working the bar at the end.
Yeah,
A little bit.
a little bit. Now here comes Alan Crockover. 250 kilos, 551 pounds for Alan. Setting up for the sumo pull, wearing the Sabo good lifts.
Deadlift suit.
Deadlift suit. Let's see it, Alan. Gets the hips through. Looks like a good lift from here.
It got straight, but didn't really lock out.
Let's see, yeah.
Soft lock. It counted.
There you go. All we need is the 2.
177.5. This
3.
is 391 pounds for Amy Mason.
Now we're moving on to the even bigger weights out here.
She missed her 3rd squat and 3rd bench, and she is definitely hitting her maxes for the day. See if she can make her 3rd deadlift.
Amy Mason. Yes, Amy.
Nah.
Tough one.
Nope.
And a
She's
downward
down,
motion. Now here we go. Daniel Elmore, 255 kilos here, ladies and gentlemen. Big, big pull for Daniel Elmore, 562 pounds. Also wearing the Sabo good lifts.
You're almost a full flight ahead over there. All right, Leah Lutz, 177.5 from Barbell Medicine.
Let's see it, Daniel. Oh, hey, still a great showing here for Daniel. Good job, Daniel.
If she makes this, it'll be perfect on the day.
What a fight.
I
Looked
don't know
like a
if she got
soft
the down signal.
lockout, but we'll see.
Maybe-
Waiting on it.
Maybe an early
Ah, slightly a soft lockout.
I didn't realize she even got the down signal.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
So it was a tough one. The coaches could ask. I mean, this is a case technically where you can ask for a relift, is it not, Rachel?
Yeah, because it was, well, not a relift if there's a jury,
There's a jury.
potentially. I
That's
don't know
right.
if there's
Well,
a
it looks
jury.
like there is because they're walking towards him. So don't quote me on it, but we could potentially see Leah be added to the end of the flights. I wouldn't recommend it. And here comes Bill.
I think that took quite a bit out of her.
I think so. I wouldn't recommend it. Bill McCarthy, 287.5 kilos, 634 pounds for Bill McCarthy of Get the Lift. Still a great day for Bill McCarthy and Get the Lift. And his handler, Arian. Stephanie going for the big pull.
Hartman Performance Training, coached by Jeremy Hartman. Or coached
Oh,
today by
yeah.
Zach Cooper.
Great day there for Stephanie. Great job.
Yeah, she went perfect on the day, 9 for 9.
Shout out to Stephanie. Jason Johnson, 300 kilos even, 661 pounds on the bar. This is a big pull, ladies and gentlemen.
Over on platform 1, we have our final 3 deadlifts in session.
Let's
flight
get
A.
it, Jason.
Trish, Lynette, Joa.
Boy, the Sabo good lifts are popular today, I tell you. Success leaves clues. Let's go, Jason. Oh, yeah. I think that was good. Let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights. Let's go. Great job acknowledging the referees as well.
Nope.
Awesome to
Gravity
see.
got the better of that 413 pounds.
That's big weight.
Yeah,
That's big
yeah.
weight.
She's left with 177 on her second. She took 10 kilo jumps across the board. Let's go 190 kilos for Lynette. If she makes this, she will also go perfect 9 for 9 on the day.
Now here comes our boy, Mr. Baron Henderson. Baron Henderson, 310 kilos, 683-pound deadlift attempt. Huge deadlift here for Baron Henderson. Huge for their Arnold Classic.
Over on platform A, we have 419 pounds for Lynette Bogdan.
Baron Henderson. Let's see it. Let's see what the referees say here. 2-1. Good lift. Baron Henderson, have a day. 2 white lights. What a day for Baron Henderson.
Yeah, other than missing and passing on a squat.
And Baron
yeah,
literally
very good
walking
day.
around and hugging everyone. Okay,
Yes.
I'm going to walk out there and get a hug from Baron right now because this man is so respectful, but also a phenomenal lifter in his own right.
It just shows that the stronger people are, when you go to the gym and people are like rude, it's not the really good strong lifters. It's the mediocre people who
Yeah.
maybe have some self-confidence issues. Because they're really strong. It's like the better the lifter is, the nicer they are.
That's it's been my experience. It's been my experience. Great job by everybody on platform 2. Let's finish things off here on our first day of the Masters,
424 pounds for Joa.
the Masters of Iron.
Oh yeah, you're done over there, aren't you?
We're wrapping things up here.
Well, one of us still has another flight.
That's right. We're not ditching our colleagues out here, folks. We stay to the end to provide
We have
everyone with an awesome
33
service.
more lifts
I'm here for it.
of day 1
I'm here for it.
of the Arnold
That's right.
Powerlifting Championship.
That's right. That's right. Some awesome,
Powered
awesome-
by Rogue.
Powered by Rogue. That's right. Got it. Look at that. That's just A+ advertising reading right there.
Or it's A7.
That's right.
Advertising.
Right. That's A7.
Ba-dum.
Yeah. Nice. Waiting on, I believe it's Stacy. Yes.
Look, Stacy has an asterisk by her bench also.
I think these are questions I'll probably have with the team after this, the scoring team, just out of curiosity, and for myself as well, just as a referee, what the function is and what that's calling out. It could be any number of things, right? It could be some sort of accommodation. We won't pretend to know here, but there's typically a reason for that. And here we go. We are gonna wrap things up with our final flight here at the Masters of Iron Pro here on a Friday at the Arnold in Columbus, Ohio. There goes Gino. It's a little bit of,
I wonder if they're talking about her deadlift.
yeah, curious what could be happening here. So far, though, Rachel, I will say, you know what? Rachel, actually, it looks like the coach from earlier,
It's not Titan, it's the Inzer Erector shirt.
The Inzer.
Thank you to Chris Thacker, who's following along and listening. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that, Chris. Actually, I'm seeing Rachel, that looks like Leah's coach from Barbell Medicine. He might be asking for a relift. You remember we were talking about earlier, like how she could ask for it. Well, she did have a 2-to-1 lift. So technically, yes, she could have asked for it. And again, this is just
Seems
conjecture.
like they would have made the decision by now, though.
Yeah, this is just conjecture, but it could possibly be. There would be no other reason for the coach to be.
Yep, they have marked her as the next lift at 177.5, so it looks like they are giving her a relift.
Yeah, I've done this before. But yeah, no, this is not uncommon, and if nothing else, again, this is for Leah's benefit. You know, she wouldn't take this if she didn't think she could hit it. And again, us watching here just on the stream and maybe even the audience, we saw that last one, and to me, maybe I don't think she's gonna have the juice to be able to finish this one out, but her and her coach know them so as well. They know that, hey, I have a certain amount of time that I can use to be able to get ready for this and try to go for a relift. And they think that they can do it. So you know what? We're going to see another try here by Leah Lutz. Let's get it going here, folks.
And then hopefully those Flight B lifters, man, they were ready to rock and roll. That Stacy, she had the bar loaded for herself. They hadn't called her name, but her weight was on there and ready to go. So
let's see
now
it,
she
Leah.
has to get herself all hyped up again.
Let's see it. Good fight. Getting a little stuck here. Let's get the knee
it looks
extension.
Like she has the same exact. She can't quite get her hips
she
locked
can't
out.
really, no. So again, and that's a great showing though by Leah. I mean, like, what an absolute fight. We talked about it earlier. Like, if she thought she wouldn't have taken this relift if she didn't think she had the opportunity to get it, she got stuck at that exact same spot. And that's not to say.
If you get to that same spot twice, then it's like, okay,
Yeah.
well, do you count it on your training log as far as like, okay, beating this should be the goal for next time? If I
Sure.
can get that close twice, then.
I mean, I wouldn't doubt. Like, I honestly wouldn't doubt that it's there any other day in the gym next week. Literally, I mean, she's fully peaked now.
She's gonna feel like she got hit by a bus tomorrow.
Oh, yeah,
but,
of course, yeah.
After she recovers.
Yeah, 2 days later on a deadlift bar. I mean, please, yeah, absolutely. She pulls on the noodle bar. That's easy.
75 kilos for Stacy Metcalf. Order will be Stacy, Leslie, Cindy, Mike. Stacy, Leslie, Cindy, Mike.
Stacy Metcalf.
Did she wear a bench shirt? I want to go back and look because she's not equipped.
We'll have
again.
to refer to the video on
Yeah,
that
'cause
one,
she's
Rachel. That's
still-
actually a great question because I don't recall. Yeah. Let's see. Stacy Metcalf opener, 75 keys. I think it was good. It looked good. It looked good. We're waiting to see on the call. Yes, no, maybe.
Gino looks like he's still waiting on the call too.
Yeah. I'm following.
All right,
Yep,
good
there we
lift.
go. Good lift.
Get 80 kilos,
Gino's at the mercy of the technology just like the rest of us, so.
which makes it all the more amazing. He does the entire competition just on the fly.
I mean, it's you can't say enough about how hard that man works. And to keep the excitement the entire time too. I mean, for the lifters, it means a lot.
Nice lockout for Leslie in the M4 division, so she's over 70 years old.
This stuff is incredible though, Rachel. I mean, being able to see these lifters and their older age and stuff and watching them compete at their highest level and doing things like squat, bench, deadlift and competing for money and competing as professionals, it truly is just, it speaks volumes.
Especially when you know that they volunteer so much.
Oh yeah, sir. And these are not just lifters. In a lot of cases, these are lifters. These are meet directors. These are referees. These are spotter loaders. Like
Definitely walking the walk and
coaches.
talking the talk. Look at these
Yeah.
little Captain America socks here.
Captain America, a huge theme here today. I think we've seen a few Captain America socks today. And again, Sabo deadlift shoes. So I think that's kind of the crowd that we're looking at here.
Looks like her right knee kicked the bar out forward a little bit. but
Slightly out of
it was light
position.
enough that it didn't matter anyway.
Well, when you're as strong as Cindy, set American records, you can kick the bar out and still finish.
Extra 10% heavier.
Yeah, no big deal.
120 kilos, Mike Rosenwald, followed by Amy Pancake, Michael Nichols, and Sarah Bolin.
That's right.
What time does lifting start tomorrow? 11, you said?
I will confirm in a moment. Lifting tomorrow. I believe the bench session starts at 9, but I don't want to speak.
All right, we'll double check on that.
I don't want to speak out of turn here.
It'll be all day,
Yeah,
so you can have a whole weekend of
but you.
powerlifting.
That's right. But you will be joining us.
Yes.
You will be joining us tomorrow, and we'll see you all day.
Mike Rosenwald, 265 pounds.
Look at that, Mike. Looking straight up at the sky.
$147.5 now for Amy. 325 pounds. Orders Amy, Michael, Sarah, Heather. don't know if I'm allowed, but I'm going to give a little shout out to USA Powerlifting Colorado's newest member, Theo Hirschauer, baby of Weston, one of our big coach and volunteer in Colorado, just had a little baby. So
congratulations.
They're not here. He said he and Theo are watching.
That's awesome. And congrats also to Michael Nichols on the deadlift opener, 150 kilos. But we love hearing some new young ones also entering the world, especially those of our extended powerlifting family.
You get the imprints into their brain.
That's right.
Before they're old enough to really know. They just know innately that they like the sport.
Yeah.
Because their parents just plopped them in front of them when
That's
they're 4
right.
months old.
They didn't ask to be a part of this, but
they were bred into it.
they were born into it. So here's Sarah Bolin, deadlift opener, 150 kilos.
Oh, she kicked that out in front of her
Slightly.
a little bit too.
A little bit, but no big deal. She could have done that out of bed. Sarah Bolin.
These lifters, it is 6:55, so they weighed in 6 hours ago, and they are still going strong.
Well, you'd hope kind of they followed a lot of the conventional wisdom to make sure that you ate up well before deadlift.
Yes,
And,
you keep eating.
You keep eating, and then once you get to deadlift, you just kind of hang out a little bit more. You don't want to be eating in between deadlift, really. You want to be digested, and that's more for the head referee, if you know what I mean.
That is why you'll see the head referee sitting off to the side a little
That's
bit.
right.
Oh, she got on her
no,
toes
yeah,
just a little
slight-
bit.
Yeah, a little
So
downer
rules
there.
for deadlift: once it starts going up, it can't go back down. So
That's right.
and, you
Let me
also can't rest it on your thighs.
Let me ask you a silly question about that, actually, too, Rachel. Have you ever seen anyone lose their lunch, so to speak, at the top of a deadlift or squat, at least at one of your meets?
At one of our meets, no. I do have a couple stories from people in other federations that.
I've seen the
maybe
viral
don't-
videos, yeah.
That maybe don't follow the same
Yeah.
allowable supplement rules.
That was put so perfectly, by the way, but yes. Not of the same ilk. We'll just say that. Laura Sterling, deadlift opener, 165 kilo, 364 pounds. She also has some wrestling shoes, so
Oh,
let's see. How
knees
those
got
knees
soft
look
a little bit.
slightly.
Oh, a little hamstring.
Hammy cramp.
If that's gonna happen, you.
Yep.
wha-
Hey, 2 white lights. 2 white lights.
Well, if something's gonna cramp, at least you got a good one in. And she's kind
And I
of
think
limping
that's-
off a little bit there.
And I think that's something that, again, I think we should at least be able to speak honestly about, because we're not the ones on the platform currently. But you'll get a gift every once in a while as a lifter. And it's mostly just because the referees, they've been sitting in that chair for hours and trying to focus very intently for hours. This is essentially, I always tell people, if I do 2-session meets as a referee on a Saturday, I feel more exhausted than if I just competed. Because you're so mentally taxed, because all you've done is try to focus. It's essentially trying to take an exam for like 6, 7, 8 hours. So sometimes, you'll let a couple slip. Comes Katie
Or
Dodge.
that's why we have 3 referees, right? What might
Also
seem
true.
so obvious from
Right.
the left side is
Right.
totally fine on the right.
Yeah, absolutely.
So 182.5. This is 402 pounds.
Wow.
But as a lifter, I've certainly had my gifts
Yeah.
given to me. And then I've had some ones that are pretty frustrating. So I feel like the universe evens itself
It
out
does. It
over
does.
time. So
Yeah.
you always take them where you can get them.
We've all had a depth call that didn't go our way. We've all had a press command otherwise that was really fast. The powerlifting gods, they give and take.
Yes. Let's go 190 kilo. Our final opener. We want all of these lifters to just get on the board. That way the pressure's off and they can just have fun.
Yeah. Enjoy the Arnold for what it's meant to be.
419 pounds. And the fun really starts right
Oh,
after
man,
that last deadlift.
And Kalani, she's just wiggling in there. Also got on the OG Reebok Power Shoe. Anyone who knows anything about those shoes knows that those were honestly the best the best shoe ever for powerlifting, easily, in my opinion.
Nice wide stance, short bar path.
Great pull. Double overhand hook grip as well, too. Kalani.
All right, so it looks like Laura Sterland has passed on her deadlifts. So we are down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lifters. So our final 18 lifts of the day.
We are headed that way. So then the commentating team can finally have some dinner.
That was a pretty good chicken gyro earlier.
Yeah?
To
Oh.
figure out where they found that.
Yeah, shout out to USAPL president Larry, came in clutch.
Yeah, those spotters and loaders had a burrito, and then
Yeah.
he came in and handed us a burrito.
I mean, what other federation would you get that? Unbelievable. The president himself, Stacy Metcalf, deadlift second attempt, 82.5 keys,
181 pounds.
good lift. Great job.
A big shout out to all of these referees. If you're familiar with USA Powerlifting, the month of March is almost hell month for volunteering. We love it, and it's great, and a lot of good lifting. But between the Arnold and a variety of national meets,
Yeah, when is Collegiate Nats, Rachel?
I'm
Soon,
headed
isn't
to
it?
that one too. That is at the end of the month. So then I think we have military police and fire.
Wow.
Another nationals in
Very
March.
busy. Leslie Macco, deadlift second attempt, 85 keys, 3 white lights. Wow, that's a really busy schedule there, Rachel. So I mean, that is another great reason why we want to call out. If any young lifters are listening to this, or any age really, it's important to get involved with this sport because we're really only as good as our volunteers. We're really only as good. I know sometimes it's easy to kind of watch these streams and think, oh, well, that was a bad call, or that was that was a spotty lift kind of, or like a not a very good spot kind of thing. You can get involved on your local level too. And in a lot of ways,
Many hands make light work.
that's right. And it's true. And this is one of those things where, all it takes is getting involved to be the change, so to speak, that you want to see.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people, well, I don't want to volunteer because it's so many hours. Like, well, but it wouldn't be.
It wouldn't be.
if we had a lot of people just sort of pitch in, and especially if you're competing in a meet, to just hang out for a couple hours after and just kind of pitch in.
Yeah. And Cindy, bar kicked out slightly, but it seems like good recovery. Yeah. All right, Cindy. 3 white lights. And again, just to continue on that one, Rachel, just because I think it's really important, it means so much, too, to the meet directors and the referees and the spotters to be able to get more hands to help and more people to get involved, just because, in a lot of cases at these meets, it's kind of tough to be able to get enough personnel, really, to help on the platform. So it just means so much. And in a lot of ways, you gain so many friends and family. The amount of friends that I've met in this sport just from volunteering, it's
I met
been
another one today.
and I met another one today as well. So I mean, it's been so awesome, and you can't say enough about the community that we have in powerlifting.
All right, so I think Mike had a little hamstring thing after his first one, but he seems to be just fine now. It's perfect on the day so far.
Let's keep it going here then, Mike. 130 keys.
286 pounds. Well, certainly didn't have a hamstring issue on that one.
Definitely
A little
not.
bit of rotation to the left, but some of that's to be expected.
There you go, 3 white lights. We don't need no hamstrings out here.
Hamstring, schmamstring.
Yeah.
All right, let's go
I
160.
ain't need no hamstring.
352 for Amy. And we have 3 lifters all taking the same weight. Lot number says that order is Amy, Michael, and Sarah. think Josh is having a baby, or his wife's having a baby.
Wow.
I want to say they're due in September, if I saw that right.
Wow. Well, that's awesome. Shout out to him. Amy Pancake, deadlift, second attempt. 160 kilos for Amy. Let's see it, Amy. Oh, yeah. Strong lockout. Give me those. Yeah.
White lights.
All right. Seen some great lifting here today.
So order is Michael Nichols, Sarah Boland, Heather Berman, Katie Dodge, and Kaylani Richardson. Home stretch.
Home stretch. Michael Nichols, 160 keys. Oh, little ginger on that one. Looked like, but still got the 3 white lights.
Still working hard.
All right, all right, all right. Great job there, Michael.
Let's go. 160 stays on the bar for Sarah.
Sarah Boland, deadlift, second attempt, 160 kilos, 353 pounds. Sarah Boland. Jumping up 10 keys from her last attempt. Very intense.
Oh, she
close
rocked at the
one, a
top.
little bit. We'll see what they call. Yeah, 3 white lights.
All right, 165. So Heather needs to make this one. Because a third deadlift after spending energy on the first 2 isn't the easiest thing to come back from. So she needs to make this. She's been perfect on the day except for that first deadlift. And Katie Dodge on deck.
Let's see it, Heather. 165 keys for Heather. Mouthpiece and all. Let's see it. 3 white lights.
Good lift. Glad she's on the board. She had such a good day.
Oh, yeah.
To lose at a deadlift would have been rough. All right. Katie is jumping 195. This is 430 pounds. Is a master's lifter. In powerlifting, masters starts the year you turn 40. So even if you're still 39, if you turn 40 that year, you're considered a master.
Right. Katie Dodge, 195 keys, 430 pounds for Katie. Deadlift, second attempt.
This is about the time that your whatever adrenaline you had or coffee you had, it's hard to maintain to be able to time that and get hyped for your lift, but then come back down.
That's where ammonia enters the chat.
Yeah, and somebody at one of our competitions had left a container. You know when you run a meet and you just get like deliriously tired by the end?
Yeah, of course.
And I knew it was an ammonia container because I took off the lid and I saw the powder in there, but it didn't smell like anything. And I was like, this is weird.
What is this? Yeah.
And I knew it was ammonia, but I was like, this is really weird. I can't smell anything. And I shoved my nose
Oh,
in it.
no.
I started crying
Oh,
like
no.
uncontrollably. My eyes was like,
I did the same for my fiance just because she was curious because she was like, what is that stuff? And I was like, do you really want to know? And she was like, yes, I do. I'm like, okay. And it was a really funny reaction that we posted online. Kalani, 200 keys. Let's see.
Because it's denser than
Oh
air.
yeah, 3 white
so
lights.
it sits in the container and
Oh,
it just
yeah.
stays there. When you open the lid, it doesn't dissipate. It just
I
sits.
actually prefer to use the snaps personally. I feel like I can kind of control the distribution. It's not as intense as like how potent those bottles are now of ammonia. So I mean, at least that's just what I like. And also, when you're at the meet, you can kind of keep them behind your ear. You know, it looks cool. I don't know.
But I have kids of my own. I don't need 30 other kids at a competition dumping their trash on the floor.
That's right.
So if you do use ammonia tabs, pick them up.
Please pick them up.
It's so gross. They're like
I know you like. I
red
know you
and
like to
gross.
slam them on the ground, and it's. But let's also
Like
remember
those
that
little
there's.
kid firecrackers.
Yeah, well, let's also remember that somebody has to clean that up. So it's always so interesting being able to hear a meet director on, speaking to the audience too, because I know sometimes you're not able to get that perspective. So
And
this is
I
nice.
love having the platform to just talk to like hundreds or thousands of people, to like speak my own agenda, like clean up after yourself,
Please.
be respectful, sign up for competitions.
Yeah. Be a good person. Stacy Metcalf, deadlift third attempt, 87.5 keys. Stacy finishing the day. Good lift.
And that perfect day, 9 for 9 with an asterisk. So whatever that means, 9 for 9, is that like an A plus?
I'd like
It's like
to,
an A plus plus.
I'd like to think so. I'd like to think so. Stacy, you earn a gold star in our book.
And a literal star
Yeah.
in lifting test.
That's right. It's honestly probably better. Leslie Macco.
900 or 92.5, 204 pounds.
See it, Leslie. There's a fight there. Looks
Not
good.
quite. I don't
Let's
think she
see.
got locked out. I think she kind of knows. Did she even get a down signal?
Two to one. Two white lights. Leslie Macco. And again.
All right, 122.5, Cindy Goodrich.
Now they're making sure to play a little bit of Drake on the airwaves to make sure everybody falls asleep properly. I don't know about you, Rachel, but
I know. I
I'm
listen
sure
to
glad
like
my hotel
violin
isn't
music.
too far. Yeah.
Yeah, I listen to like some Lindsey Sterling.
Yeah. Cindy Goodrich,
Like,
122
get some sound of
kilos.
silence going.
Yeah. Something simple. 270 pounds. Deadlift third attempt for Cindy Goodrich. Going for an American record here, folks. That's when the lights are going crazy. The graphics are going nuts. That's why you come to watch the USAPL Arnold Masters of Iron Pro. Yes, Cindy. Looks good from here.
Refs
All
thought
right.
So too.
Good lift for
All
Cindy.
right, down to our final 7 lifts, 140 kilos for Mike
It's a
Rosenwald.
great shot right there by our production team. And again, as we're winding things down, we really want to thank Larry of USAPL, our president, and all of our referees, all of our production team, our producers, Priscilla, everyone else involved with this tremendous production. We can't thank you guys enough. It's been such an incredible experience to kind of kick things off here for USA Powerlifting. Speaking for myself and my colleague Rachel here, it's been such a great production to watch so far. We can't wait to see how Saturday shapes up as well.
Yeah, and having been involved in a variety of national level competitions for a variety of organizations, I was really impressed when I got off the plane and came in today, and there weren't any fires to put out. Nobody was running around sweating and cussing, and everyone was like pretty chill. They had it under control. So
It's almost like they've
it's
done
nice,
it before.
yeah, it's nice to kind of walk in and know that everything's
You have everything
running
is
smooth like butter.
That's right.
All right, Mike Rosenwald, 140 kilos.
Let's see it here, Mike. Finish strong, Mike. Great socks as well. All right, Mike. Full extension. Is the knee there? Let's see.
I think he just rotates to the left a little bit, but it's a pretty consistent
Good
movement
lift. 3
for him,
white
so
lights.
Good lift. All right, 170 for Amy and Michael.
We're heading towards the 3 red territory here soon.
I guess we needed 162.5 for Sarah, then Amy.
we fall just shy of 3 reds with our next 3 lifters, sorry, our next 4 lifters, but our final 2 actually we go well beyond it, and we'll actually head into 3 reds and a yellow. So that'll be pretty fun to watch here. Sarah Bolin, deadlift, 3rd attempt, finishing off the day 162.5 kilos, 358 pounds for Sarah. Oh, looks like a little bit of a hitch there. I don't really think there was a full one there.
All right, no lift, but she has 160 on her second. So only a 2.5 kilo jump there. I think she knew that she was about tapped out for the day.
Sure.
So 170. This is 375 pounds for Amy. Our final lifts for the day will be Amy, Michael, Heather, Kaylani, and Katie.
And interestingly enough, Amy and Michael actually both took the same jump from 160 to 170 keys. So that'll be easy for both of the spotters and loaders because they actually don't need to change the bar.
Yeah, maybe just tighten up the collars a little bit.
That's
Though
right.
That bar is really pushed over to the other side. I'm surprised they haven't.
I'm sure there might be a reason for it, but sometimes you never know. Sometimes there's cracks. Sometimes there's little divots that are created throughout the day.
Oh, I hope not. We still got 2 more days left.
I was gonna say, I really hope that's not the case though. Here comes Amy.
There's more wood in the back.
That's true. Amy Pancake, 170 keys, 375 pounds for Amy. Let's see it, Amy. All right, strong. Amy Pancake.
Looks good for
All
me.
right,
Judges.
3 white lights.
All right, now her fun can start.
Big lift there. I don't know about you guys, but I want some breakfast. Shout out Amy Pancake.
Now, Michael has only missed 1 of his benches and then came back to make it. So overall, a very, very strong day. And man, to deadlift 375 pounds.
78 years of age, too. 78 years. Unbelievable. Mike Nichols. Deadlift,
2.5
third
times
attempt.
body weight.
Unbelievable. Deadlift, 3rd attempt, 170 kilos for Mike. Finish strong here, Mike. Let's go.
He
Speedy.
wasted no time. He
I
just
mean,
gripped it and ripped it.
Wow.
And he just puts his
Wow.
hands on
I
his
mean,
hips
just
and
just gingerly walking out. Unbelievable.
I
Great.
wonder how many pull-ups he can do.
Yeah, you can do more than I can. That's for sure. Attaboy, Mike.
All right, final 3 lifts. Heather Berman, Kaylani Richardson, and Katie Dodge.
Here we go. We got some big ones up here. Heather Berman.
I'm impressed with how tight she can get her suits. Her squat suit was tight, too.
Yeah. Stuff you only see at the Arnold.
What do they hang her from a door to get her in there? How did she get in there?
Well,
I'm so
you got-
impressed.
Probably. We don't know. Great lockout there by Heather. All right. Good lift. 2 to 1. Looked like a downward progress on the right side, but doesn't matter. Only need 2 white lights here.
And she went 8 for 9 on the day. Your kinsman.
That's right. That's right.
$205 kilos, 452 pounds.
Kaylani, again, also
About 2.5 times body weight for Kaylani, too.
her of the awesome braid and ribbon.
You love that ribbon.
I did. It's so cool. It reminds me of like one of those Street Fighter characters.
Oh, I can see that.
A little bit? No?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I'm nostalgic like that. I don't know. And again, also Kaylani of the Reebok Power Shoe. Really, really awesome stuff there. The OG Power Shoes.
I'm surprised she can like sit down there with her suit that tight. Overall, very impressed. The double overhand. Looks like she's hook gripping too.
Oh, she's definitely hook gripping. Yeah. Let's see it, Kalani. Good 3 white lights. 210 keys.
All right, saving the best for last. 210 kilos is 463 pounds for Katie.
Sorry, that was 205 for Kalani. That's 210 for Katie Dodge. But 205, good lift for Kalani. Katie Dodge finishing out the lift, finishing out our session. 210 keys. Final lift of the day here, folks. Here at the Arnold.
Oh, yeah, Pro-Am bench starts at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Oh, so can we? Okay, just making sure. And that, if
No
I'm not
lift.
mistaken, Rachel, is about it for us here
That
on
is.
Friday. So thank you so much to everybody who tuned in to our live stream here at the Arnold. Really had a lot of fun calling the Masters of Iron Pro. This is a very, very awesome event that USAPL has put on. Typically in years past, we weren't able to have this presentation for the Masters lifters. So to be able to put this on and have these Masters lifters and give them a platform to be able to show their strengths and show that there's elite athletes at all ages. So really, really appreciative to USAPL. Really glad that we were able to do this here at the Arnold Sports Festival. If anyone's able to make it tomorrow here to Columbus, make sure to make your way out to the C-Pod area out in the Expo Hall, just outside of the Expo. Come see us tomorrow. We're going to be hosting the pro bench, I believe, correct?
Yeah, at 9 a.m. Eastern.
9 a.m. So you'll actually be joined by Rachel here. Rachel will be taking on the bench. I will be
All by myself. You can get all the unmitigated color commentary.
meet director rants. Just everyone's gonna get it. But after that, well, I'll be taking over things with some colleagues after that around 11 to do the pro raw, all the way up until pretty much 5-6 o'clock tomorrow. So excited to be able to cover things continued for you guys. Rachel, thank you so much for stepping in. We really, really love having a meet director and a national referee like yourself out here. And super appreciative to all of our audience and everyone tuned in today. We can't wait to see you guys. Make sure you tune in tomorrow, 9 a.m. We have some more elite lifters coming at you. Really excited for you. And we'll talk to you guys soon. Thank you.
All right, handing out the medals, ladies and gentlemen, is Jackie Konjerski out of Ohio, and 19-time world champion, ladies and gentlemen, out of the Rocky Mountain Lifting Club from Colorado. Big round of applause for Jackie and Dan Gaudreau. All right, let's start with the women. Equip, Masters 1. The bronze medal, Heather. Wait a second. They're all supposed to come up there. I screwed up. Everybody that lifted has to come up and stand along the back of the platform. Everybody. Everybody that lifted has to stand. It's proper protocol. You have to stand shoulder to shoulder along the platform. Yes, yeah. So, I'm going to do you first. Okay. Come on, shoulder to shoulder. Get it together, nice and tight. Nice and tight so Miranda can take your, if she's still here. No, is Miranda gone? What is it? What did I call you, Miranda? It's Melinda. I'm Melinda. Sorry, I got it right the other time. I'll do it. We'll do it at the end, all right, after they get their medals. All right. We'll bunch together at the end. Give me a round of applause for all these Masters lifters. Masters of Iron, man, they're the best. The Masters lifters are the best lifters. All right, real quick. This man lifted this morning, and he was unable to step on that platform because he was helping his other lifters in the afternoon session. Gold medal winner, big round of applause for Joe House. Give him a round of applause for the gold medal. Congratulations, Joe. All right. Joe, did you get your check? All right, we'll get you one. Go over there and see them. All right, Masters 1. Bronze medal winner, women's equipment. Bronze medal winner Heather Berman. Silver medal winner, Kehaulani Richardson. And the gold medal winner, Katie Dodge. All right, thank you, ladies. Masters 2, women Masters 2. Bronze medal winner Stacy Metcalf. Stacy Metcalf. Silver medal winner Sarah Bolin. And in first place, Amy Pancake. And Amy gets a check for, how much is it worth, Aim? $250. Give her a round of applause. All right, moving on to Masters 3. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know how many you got today? How many American records? She got 10 American records today. 10, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause from Team Phoenix. Gold medal winner, Cindy Goodrich, Masters 3 lifter. And a check for $250. Masters 4, also hailing from Team Phoenix. Gold medal winner, Leslie Macco. And she also receives a check from USA Powerlifting for $250. Women's Raw Masters 1. In 5th place, Lynette Bogdan. Right here. In 4th place, Leah Lutz. In 3rd place, Joa Ianoda. Joa, where's Joa? She left? Okay. Silver medal, Stephanie Kotsifas. I really screwed that up, didn't I, Steph? Silver medal, right there. And in 1st place, Becky Enright. Give them another round of applause. Men's Equipment, Masters 1. In 5th place, Robert Mulliner. Robert Mulliner. In 4th place, Jerry the King Peterson. I love you, Jerry. Third place, Chris Elmore. Silver medal, Billy McCarthy, GetTheLift.com. And in 1st place, Power Lifters for Jesus, it's Baron Henderson. What? M1. Masters, that's Masters. No, they're Masters. Yeah, Masters 1. And he gets a check for $250. Give them all a round of applause. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Masters 2, silver medal, Ted Longo. Ted Longo. And 1st place, I thought he was sitting here. And 1st place, Jason Johnson. And a check for $250 for USA Powerlifting. Masters 3, silver medal, Ted Stewart. Good to see you again, Ted. And in 1st place, Gary Pamplin. With a check for $250 from USA Powerlifting. Masters 4, silver medal, Mr. Mike Rosenwald. And in 1st place, Mike Nichols. With a check for $250 from USA Powerlifting. Hold the check up, Mike. That's better. Give them all a round of applause. Masters 1, Raw, Masters 1 in 5th place. Big round of applause for Rob Ward. In fourth place, Charga Hagen. Love you, Mike. Other side, Char, other side. Bronze medal, Newton Cheng. Silver medal, Matthew Swanson. And in first place, Aitor La Peña Gutierrez. Give them one more round of applause. And all of our lifters that are here today receive participation medals. You ready? Count them up, count them up. Don't go anywhere. Work the line, Dan. Work the line, Jackie. It's participation medals. Don't go anywhere yet, folks. Don't go anywhere yet. All right, I want all of we're going to take a group shot. Melinda, did I get it right this time? Melinda's going to take a group shot, so I want all the ladies to line up in front of the men right here. All the ladies come out here. All the single ladies. Rich Landry. Yes, did you get one? Hold on, they're coming, they're coming. They're coming. We need more participation medals. Rich Landry, are you in the house? Rich Landry. We have your medal. Rich Landry from New York. All right, men, bunch it all together. The guys that are on the sides out there, bunch it all together in the back row. Get nice and tight so Melinda can get your shot. Is that good, Melinda? She says a little tighter. She says a little tighter. Mike Nichols, get in there. You're tall, Michael. Get in the back. No, I know you are, Chris. You should be in the front row, Chris. Ready? Give all these lifters a big round of applause. The Masters lifters are the best Masters of Iron. Jennifer, did you get yours? Give me another bronze medal. Thank you for your support. Congratulations. Thank you so much. No, I'm putting it on you.